chat. And so if you have something, if you're a grant review committee member and you do have something to say, obviously you can interrupt me at any point. If you have a question, you can raise your hand, whatever you're comfortable with. This is meant to be a discussion, an informal discussion. So please feel free to speak up whenever you would like or have questions or anything like that. For those of you who are in this meeting who are not members of the Grant Review Committee meeting, there will be time at the end for public comment. Otherwise, please do not raise your hand or unmute yourself or speak up. I will have to interrupt you if you do. So you will have time at the end if you'd like to comment on the meeting, but please don't do so otherwise. Also, for the Grant Review Committee members, just if you have a question specifically about the application or the information provided today, please direct those questions to CJC staff. We do have applicants that are present in this meeting, but we don't want them to feel as though they're in a position where they have to defend what they've said or defend their application. And so all of the questions will be directed to CJC staff, and then we will get an answer for you. So we just want to avoid that back and forth between applicants and the review committee. All of you on the committee have identified conflicts of interest. So when those come up, I will just ask that you go off camera and that you mute yourself. And I know it is going to be incredibly tempting, but when you come back into the meeting, please do not make a comment on what was said previously about your particular court that you have a conflict of interest on. So it's going to be very tempting, but nobody else has the opportunity to do that. So please refrain from commenting on the discussion. So just mute yourself, go off camera, and then I will ask that you come back when we move on. So this meeting is scheduled for 2 days. We would like to be able to do this today. I think that we've set it up to where we can move through these things and have a pretty good discussion about each particular court, but it's also, we've managed to put the information in a way where that conversation can be pretty focused, and I feel like we can move pretty quickly. So the other issue that we have is tomorrow we will have problems with quorum, maintaining quorum, and so it would be in our best interest to be able to finish this today. I think we can do it and then give you back your Thursday. So any questions about any of that before we just do very quick introductions? Okay. All right, I'll start and then I'll just call on people. I'm also going to just ask Danielle and Rachel Mark to also introduce themselves. So I'm Rachel MacArthur. I'm a policy analyst and CJC staff, and I will pass it to Julie. Only because you're first. I see you.
Hi, I'm Julie Hewer, and I'm the treatment court coordinator for Columbia County.
All right, Joe?
Joe Garcia, I'm director for Douglas County Community Corrections. We operate under the Oregon Department of Corrections. So I will pass it to Jake.
I'm Jake Greer. I'm the director for Lake County Community Justice out of Lakeview.
Perfect. I can pass it, Jake, if you're good. Kelsey, go ahead.
Since you know who's here.
I'm Kelsey McDaniel. I'm the district attorney for Union County.
Perfect. Rachel?
Good morning. I'm Rachel Mark. I'm a specialty court analyst with OJD.
And Danielle?
Good morning. I'm Danielle Hansen. I'm the statewide specialty court coordinator with OJD.
All right. Okay, so we're going to get started. We have a quick overview of a couple of things that we're just going to try and kind of set up today to what you all will be doing, and then we'll get into the applications themselves. This is a new process, and so I know, particularly those of you who have been on this committee in the past, there's going to be a tendency to kind of link the funding discussion with this particular conversation today. Today's overall purpose is to provide the applicants with feedback. Okay, very focused feedback that will guide their funding requests as those funding requests relate to the adherence to standards. So today's focus is on the adherence to standards and how you all as a committee can provide good, productive feedback for their funding requests. So we will get into a little bit of kind of high-level discussion on some funding, spending issues depending on the courts. But in terms of making those decisions, that's going to be what we're going to do on July 19th. Okay, and so for today, I'm gonna, if we kind of get into that territory a little bit, I'm going to guide us back into just the overall purpose of analyzing the applications in terms of adherence to standards. Okay. All right, so we do have an agenda. This is a very loose schedule, mostly because we're already behind, as expected. So we do have some time built in here. So we kind of have a little bit of wiggle room. We also have breaks and a lunch scheduled in here. If you need a break and we're going through stuff and you all need a break, just raise your hand and say, can we take a break? It's not a problem. My colleagues who are here helping me today are going to keep me on tracking time. So, because I'm not going to pay attention to this. So they will also tell me when lunch is and when a break is as well. So if you need a break, raise your hand, let me know. Otherwise, we'll just continue. Okay, so this is where we're at. We are in the big blue rectangle here where we are going to be talking about applications today, and you all are going to be providing recommendations for funding requests. So this is where we are in the process. And then on the 19th will be the last part where the final funding recommendations will be made by you all to the commission. Okay, so we are just at the part where talking about the applications, talking about their adherence to standards, and then providing feedback. I'm going to pass it over to Rachel Mark. We've been really lucky to have OJD be very involved in this process, and so they have been very gracious enough to give us some of their time today to go over a couple of things in the beginning and then to talk about the different types of courts as we go through this analysis today. So Rachel.
Thank you. Good morning again. So this was just a really great opportunity to share. Danielle and I are here as staff really to support if there's any questions specific to OJD. And part of the purpose of the staff presence is because we have a lot of collaboration happening with CJC as related to specialty courts, and we thought this was a good chance to highlight that. So obviously, as Rachel previously mentioned, building the program as it's come to fruition is something that we've spent the last several months working with CJC on. I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to give voice to how the program might impact OJD in particular and thinking that through, but also really just the general program impact and CJC being receptive to understanding how a grant program can actually impact the local programs was really heartening and super important. The Oregon Specialty Court Standards, which all of you I'm sure will hear referenced plenty today. I think our last version was from 2018. CJC is the owner of those, but as you can expect in 2023, it's probably time for an update. Research changes pretty quickly, and we're looking forward to doing some work with CJC to update those standards, especially recognizing when they were first developed, that there was a real focus on adult drug courts, and we've learned a lot about the other models, and we will specifically, as OJD staff, call out some distinctions in each of the different court type models, and we hope to have that reflected more clearly in the Oregon Specialty Court Standards moving forward. So we're looking forward to that massive project, I believe. And there's going to be, I think, a lot of discussion related to data today, and that's because we know that we're serving humans, and there's the qualitative and anecdotal side of our work, and there's also the quantitative, objective side of our work that is best reflected through data. And the data system that we use, we call SCMS currently, is actually something that we have in partnership with CJC, so they have access to the same data. They actually support the program itself. And that's largely because they are interested in seeing program improvement, making sure our programs are adhering to those standards. So looking at not only operations, but also our program evaluations, how are we actually performing as related to best practices, but also outcomes, including looking at a recidivism study, which I believe is coming this summer. So lots of different ways that we are partnering, and thought that it was important for attendees and those watching to know that. And I'm not going to read through these in too much depth, especially for the GRC. I think all of you are familiar with these, but just a reminder, I think the entire basis of this analysis done by CJC is rooted in the Oregon Specialty Court Standards, which took a lot of years of effort compiling research and adapting the adult drug court best practices that we reference nationally and localizing them to the state of Oregon. So as we're moving through, we just wanted an opportunity for folks to recognize, like, what are the core components that are critical for operating a specialty court, integration of drug and alcohol and other behavioral health services, and that non-adversarial approach between our partners that typically on a in a regular justice system, they would be coming from adversarial positions, but they actually come together for a common goal here. Identifying participants or potential participants as early as possible, making sure that we're providing the right types of services to those involved in our programs. And there will be, I think, probably a heavy emphasis on the importance of drug testing today. So that is also one of the important standards on there. And having a coordinated strategy to govern the response, that's really specifically talking about, as a team, are we coming together with some relative consistency, but room for individualization in how we're addressing each participant's needs to maintain program integrity, but also ensure that individuals are getting what they need. Number 7, I suppose this is pretty implicit in the title of a treatment court, but having judicial interaction is a super critical component, and what the judge focuses on and how much time they spend with participants all fall under that standard. Monitoring and evaluation to measure our effectiveness is critical to do at the local level, in addition to what we see happening at the state level. That's so programs can see how they're doing and then continue to improve and adapt. Making sure folks have the proper training in order to work on these teams and serve their individual specialized populations. And finally, I think this will be another topic that comes up a lot today, is establishing partnerships among the community and recognizing that while we have kind of our primary treatment court teams that really are looking out for serving individuals, my favorite saying, it takes a village, and each treatment court really needs a village to serve their participants, because everybody has different needs and you're always looking for something new, and those community relationships are really critical in making that happen. And I think this is the final thing I might be contributing, but just a reminder about geography. The state of Oregon is really diverse geographically and population wise when you look at the different parts. And so we just wanted to establish that, as I think that the CJC shares analysis on different programs, depending on the area, and obviously this is something we want to address, but there is just a legitimate lack of resources in some area, or at a minimum, less access to different types of resources. And oftentimes in our smaller programs, or rather in the more remote areas of Oregon, so thinking about those frontier communities, some of our rural communities, the programs often have less staff time connected to them because the staff and judges are doing several things within the courthouse. They can't exclusively designate their time to the specialty courts. And so there's just a different type of limitation there, especially in our really big frontier counties. Travel in and of itself, it can be a big barrier for access for participants. It's also a factor that impacts staff. And this, I think, is just a broadly applicable thing to keep in mind, but every community is facing something different. So even though we're all coming from the same state, and we may share some of the same common ground, the local context is really important, and hopefully that will be considered and addressed as we move through all of those. And I think that's everything from us.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Just to kind of build on this, so a lot of the analysis that we did, which you'll see, takes obviously the standards into consideration. That is the foundation of the analysis, but also we tried to be sensitive to that geographical context. And so I might add a little bit more context than what's on the slide if that's something that's relevant. So try our best to provide that context as we go through this. So thank you, Rachel. Okay, so this is just a reminder. This was the last slide that we went through on our pre-grant review committee meeting. This is kind of where we left off in terms of things to consider, guidelines. And so I just wanted to put this up here to remind you all, particularly the first two bullet points. Funding recommendations as they relate to adherence to the standards. And then also just keep in mind that we do have a limited budget. And so more applicants means that we need to be pretty intentional about our feedback that we're giving to applicants today. And so looking specifically on how CJC funds can be used to support courts as they relate to adherence to standards. So just keeping this in mind as we go through today. Okay, so this is how we analyzed these different types of courts. So we bucketed them. Typically in the past, we've bucketed them by counties. We bucketed them this time by court type. And so today we're going to go over adult drug courts, mental health courts, family treatment courts, juvenile treatment courts, and then we're going to we have veterans courts and DUI courts that were not necessarily bucketed because there's not that many of them. And so we treated them kind of as case studies. So we took the, if you remember, we had the score sheet that we showed you in our last meeting. We took the average rating score that was generated, and we took a standard deviation, which is it basically tells us on average how far away from the mean the data points are, okay? Not going to get into too much detail. Essentially what that allows us to do is give us an objective way to bucket these courts so that the analysis is objective, okay? And so what that gave us was most courts fell within the middle, which is expected. We will show you, before we get to each court type, we will show you the distribution of where each court fell. And so those courts received a standard analysis. Those that were higher, that did well, that were above the standard deviation, received an abbreviated analysis. And those that were a little bit lower received additional analysis. Okay, and so there is going to be a difference in terms of what information is provided to you on each slide. So this is an example of the type of information for courts that have an abbreviated analysis. The information, there's not going to be a lot of it because they're doing well. And so the recommendation from CJC staff is going to be pretty straightforward. The standard analysis, there is going to be more information for y'all to look at and to consider and discuss. And then the additional analysis will get into a little bit more detail, specifically on the data points and the spending patterns and trends. And then, of course, if there's any other relevant or pertinent information, we've also added that to the slide. So this is going to be how we move through today by court type and how they've been bucketed. So are there any questions on this before I pass it back to Rachel to go over drug courts real fast? Any questions on what you all are going to be seeing and looking at? Okay, Rachel, I'll hand it back to you.
Cool. So we wanted to highlight just an opportunity to recognize each program and program type has some distinctions, but also some themes that we wanted to highlight. So depending on where I think each program falls into that level of analysis, like Rachel was describing, we wanted to give some context. So first and foremost, as we're looking at population trends in our adult drug court programs, they are the programs that have actually seen the biggest decrease over the last few years. I'm excited to say that it's upward trending. That sounds really funny to say it that way, but it is on its way up. However, it went from a pretty substantial, well, from our data perspective, the highest it was in early 2020. And then, as everybody knows, a whole lot of life happened in Oregon and the rest of the country by spring of 2020 and on through there for a while. And that had a pretty significant connection to the decrease in census, along with some other changes that have made identification of candidates more substantial of a barrier. And so while we've seen that decrease in census, and we do have a statewide grant that is actually targeting early identification of the target population for adult drug courts, which is generally high risk, high need participants, use of an objective screening tool, as well as actually ensuring each program has objective eligibility criteria, rather than something subjective or that leans on people's individual judgment. And adult drug courts in Oregon currently have a 49% completion rate, which is a little under the national average. And certainly as we look at improvement and adherence to standards, we expect to see that number go up. One other distinction to be aware of is that adult drug courts sometimes, while they have their pretty specific target pop, they can have tracks that serve other special populations. So some of our programs have a track to serve veterans, which means they have usually a completely different docket time, or at a minimum additional and different resources that are intended to support the veteran and their experience and needs, and or other programs that would have a track to serve those who are involved in the system for DUIs. And we have our specific adult DUI programs, and then there's those that have DUI tracks or serve DUI offenders within their adult drug court program. And related to trends, so the population change is something that we wanted to share because it's reflected on the individual program level. So we wanted to give a sense of the overall statewide trend. And since 2020, which is when we started actually having the data in the system in a way that we can pull it out and show some statewide trends. Since 2020, we've seen a 29% drop in our program populations. However, as I pointed out, you can see that it took a dip really looking around. I think our low was January of 22-ish. And a year after that, we've already seen some changes there. So it's on its way back up. And with this statewide grant for identification to find the right populations, we're anticipating that we will see that continue, hopefully a steeper curve upward.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Any questions on that? Any comments, questions? Okay. Oh, Joe.
And just real quick, do we have this same chart that goes back another 10 years or like even 5 years from like 2015 to 20?
We don't. I don't think that we have access to that anywhere. The use of OTCMS prior to SCMS, even though everybody was using the same program, it was on each local kind of server. So our access to that data, at least on the OJD side, does not exist. I know CJC has had grant reporting that included populations over time. I'm not sure what they may be able to piece together, but on our end, I don't believe that that's something we have any ability to do prior to 2020. But I see Danielle popped on camera. She might have something to add there.
No, the only thing I would add, Joe, as Rachel said, is what CJC had previously had was only for those applicants. So the big change here is what we have up on the screen is for all courts, regardless of if they're receiving CJC funds. So that's a missing component from the data in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Jake?
Wasn't it at one time too that we had some municipal courts that had their own specialty court? Like I remember Beaverton had their own DUI court, but that all those went away. So could that be seen as a drop in numbers?
No, that's a great question. And there are still some municipal courts. In fact, Beaverton does still have their DUI court program. They do not use SCMS. These are specifically all of the specialty court programs housed within OJD. So any of those changes for better or for worse wouldn't be reflected in our data.
So is the Beaverton Municipal Court, is their data captured in SCMS? They don't access SCMS, do they?
That's correct. They do not.
Okay. So most of those municipal courts do not.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Dave, I see your hands up. We're actually going to give you an opportunity at the end during public comment to speak. So just make sure during that time you can raise your hand. Any other questions from the review committee about this particular slide? Okay. Okay, so this is where all of the adult drug courts who applied fell with the analysis that we did with the score sheets, all of the things that we put together from data, the narrative, the SCOP, all of those things. This is kind of the distribution that we ended up with. This is not surprising. We expected this to have the majority of the courts fall and need a standard analysis. So as I said, we're going to kind of go through this one by one. The first abbreviated analysis slides are, that's what they are, they're abbreviated, so there's not a lot of information on them. And so as we go through this, I'm essentially just going to cover the information on the slide, any relevant information that you may need beyond that, and then I'm going to turn it over to the review committee to discuss. We did include CJC staff recommendations on the slide just based on what we saw that may be something that you all could consider. And if there's anything else that you would like in terms of feedback, obviously you can give that to us. I have some colleagues who are taking notes in another room on everything that goes on today. And so if there is a discussion about a particular court that takes a bit, I might just take a second to make sure that we have the language clear, the feedback very clear before we move on. So this is your all's discussion, and feel free to ask any questions, or if there's a need for more information, we could provide that. But we're going to just go in this order. And so the abbreviated ones, like I said, there's not a lot of information. The standard analysis, there is a little bit more, and then the additional analysis, we do have a lot more depth to the information presented on each slide. So let's get started. Okay. So Marion County Adult Drug Court, they had the highest score. They had a score of 48. And remember, this score encompasses the narrative data points that we pulled and the specialty court operating profile. So all of that came together in a particular score. This score sheet is going to be provided to each court when they do get their feedback. And so they will see very specifically what standards they miss and what parts of each standard that they missed. And so they Marion County only missed one standard that was not met. And so CJC staff recommendation is that they can just continue with current operational costs. And what we mean by that is that their ask for funding for the last round of the biennium and kind of aligns with their spending and their operational costs currently. That is kind of the ask that or the operational cost that we recommend that they continue with. So going to hand it back over to you all for discussion. Joe, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so just to clarify on this one, if I remember that, so they're going to fix this, or what exactly was, what was the part of the component they were missing? I guess would be helpful for me.
Let's see. So their particular one was how they approach their disqualifiers in terms of who they let in to the court. And so the way that we are going to provide this feedback in the actual feedback letter is that will be very specific. And so just for sake of space on this slide, we did not get into like the, standard 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, that kind of stuff, but we will be providing that to the grantee. And so overall, they missed one part of this particular standard. And so the expectation is not that we understand that not every court is going to meet 100% of the standards. I think there's room for improvement continually. And so this court is doing well. And so terms of our recommendation, it really is just to continue with their current operational costs.
Okay, so the reason I ask is, so it doesn't surprise me based on the application, they scored where they did. It's just when we're going through this, especially if you condense them like this, it might be helpful for us, the committee is, I mean, we could have an application that there's like one specific thing. For example, one application comes to mind where they're in the middle of a transition right now. And so, although it could just be one component, it could be a pretty significant component that is directly impacting their ability to operate or something like that. And so, and for some of them in the, when it comes to, when I'm reading this thing, using a non-adversarial approach to prosecution defense, in years past, we've had some challenges where one of those entities or both sometimes don't regularly appear, like in court, for example, and there's some internal stuff. And so when I see this, it would be helpful if it just was like, hey, it's a screening, it's a screening thing. They're aware of it. We're going to advise them of it. Because you answered the second part of my question, which is if we're moving these forward, what is the feedback going to look like, to the group so that they can, obviously try to move in that direction if they can and remove any of those barriers. So you already answered that. But so if there is something specific like this, if you could just let us know, like, hey, it's this, we'll advise them and we think it's correctable or whatever. Because I'm reading this and I'm kind of going, okay, well, what exactly is that meaning, and is the defense not really involved in it, or prosecution, that type of thing. So that would be my only suggestion, but I'm fine with moving it forward.
Okay, yes, that's great feedback. We did try to, most of what you're talking about specifically where there were issues, most of the courts did indicate that in their application. And so that's something that I can provide context on as we move forward, for sure. Does anybody else have any comment on this, or are we okay to move them forward as is in terms of feedback? Julie, I thought you'd take your.
Yeah, no, I think we're good to move forward with the feedback that's going to be provided by the CJC.
The recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay. RJ?
Yeah, sorry for running a little bit late, and man, this was one that I was really paying attention to, so it's interesting that this was like the first one up. But I had a recommendation where I was looking at this application and I was really concerned that I felt like more community-based organizations weren't involved in this court application and providing wraparound services to really support these individuals and being successful in this program. And so I agree that we can continue with I agree with the recommendation that we continue with the current operational costs. But I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to suggest that maybe in the future, if they would be interested in partnering with other organizations to provide those services to really support these individuals.
Yeah, there will be a space on their feedback letter that just has general feedback, and we can add that into that space, just simply because in terms of usually when we talk about kind of community membership and things like that, the advisory board is where those connections are made, and they do have one and they do meet. And so in terms of an actual adherence to standards, they are meeting that standard, but it is general feedback that we can absolutely provide for them. So.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna move on if you all are good with the CJC staff recommendation for this particular court. Okay, Clackamas County Adult Drug Court, same thing. Their score was also quite high, and let me look here. There's just to give you a little bit more detail on their standard 8, their completion rate was below the average, or I'm sorry, the the median for adult drug courts, which was 44%, their completion rate was 39%. And so they are below. And so we did flag that. That's something that we will provide to them. This is information that they will get. And so it's something that they can focus on as they continue to go through. This was the only thing that they that was flagged that they had an issue with. So again, CJC staff recommendation is that they continue with current operational costs. See a thumbs up from Joe. Anybody else have any comments on this? Questions?
I'm with Joe.
Okay, there's two of you. And RJ is kind of not, there you go, there's a thumbs up. Okay, all right, we will move on to the next one. So Wallowa, their adult drug court scored high as well. I will get to their standards, but I just wanted to note there is a little bit more information with this. This is also an abbreviated analysis. However, these particular things are specific things that the applicant themselves asked for support from CJC funds. And so their biggest barrier is access to treatment. And so they asked specifically for funding to secure treatment resources. They're a little bit outside of what what is normally done. And so essentially it's telehealth going outside of the county and getting resources because they've been struggling with that particular part of their court. And so that's why there are specific notes on that for that court. So the other thing is an advisory committee. They have to stand or form up an advisory committee, stand one up, and be meeting. And so these are things that they recognized. And so CJC staff recommends feedback or a funding request that will support those. See Kelsey's thumbs up. Okay, all right, so we can move on. So the next one is Lane County. They were flagged. This is actually something that is very common. We'll see this with the standard 4 is to integrate a treatment plan. This will be something that is provided to them as feedback. And then also just increasing training opportunities. They weren't quite where they needed to be, but beyond those two, they're doing well with everything else. Just to note also, with the integrating and sharing of the treatment plan, forming an advisory, those are going to be common themes going through. And so as we move through, if there's specific language or specific feedback that you all want to provide for those in particular, if we start to see themes, just keep that in mind, that it might be something just general feedback or something that you all want to provide to courts in general. As we move through these, you'll see that there are some things in general that courts tend to need support for implementation for those to operationalize those standards. So beyond that, the recommendation is to continue with current operational costs. Joe.
So just real quick on this, I was looking for it and I think I kind of got it, but I wasn't certain. I know historically, it's always kind of been back and forth in terms of having prosecution available to participate in the program. I mean, I haven't heard that for a little bit. Has that been consistent with Lane County for a while now?
What do you mean? Sorry, can you?
Well, sometimes attorneys weren't necessarily always part of the staffing.
Oh.
And so I just wanted to make sure that because I was reading through it and I don't know if I quite got that, but I know in the past that it's come up in prior review cycles, so.
Yeah, in that, they met that particular standard
Okay.
in our analysis. And so, yeah, we didn't see an issue with that particular one. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Joe, that's a thumbs up from Joe. Anybody else? Can I get, there we go, couple more. Okay. While we're not voting, I do need a consensus, so I'm gonna, maybe if there's only one thumbs up, I'll be asking for more than that, just so we can get some sort of a consensus. This is Lincoln County. Just a few notes. Their policy committee does need to meet more frequently. They do have one. Another theme that you'll see is oftentimes there's a policy and advisory committee that are the same. So they do have separate ones, but they do need to meet more often. And beyond that, let me just make sure. Is just to continue with current operational costs.
Rachel, can you tell us a little bit more about 5, abstinence is monitored by frequent alcohol and other drug testing?
Yeah, so this one is, this one was a, sorry, I'm looking at their score sheet. I want to make sure that I get this correctly. Was the percentage of the drug tests observed for them? It was, I mean, it's just something for them to focus on. It's not a huge miss, but it's something that we can provide feedback on for them to focus on going forward. So. Any other questions? All right, thumbs up from Joe. I need a couple more, okay. Okay, so previous ones were an abbreviated analysis. Now we're kind of moving into a standard analysis. This is the slide in the information that most courts you're going to see of. And so I just kind of want to walk you through this. There is the score still. Obviously the standard's not met. We do have a completion rate still. We did add spending just to get an idea of where their current spending level is. We also projected into Q8 along with their OJD allocated funds and their county allocated funds. We tried to project as best we could as to where they were going to end up in terms of their spending, their CJC staff recommendations. And then we also added the participants over time. And so you can see it's from January 2020 to January 2023. You can get an idea of where their participants, their trends in participants have gone for this particular court. So it's very similar to the graph that you saw previously that Rachel showed over all drug courts. So this is just specific to this particular court. So for Douglas County, they did still had a pretty high score. Let's see. The recommendation is to share and integrate treatment plans. I also want to comment on this, and particularly the stand-up and advisory committee. Both of these things are things that a court coordinator will do. And so what I know that we talked about prioritizing the funding of court coordinators, and I know that's something that you all are going to consider on the 19th, but a lot of these things is going to, this feedback in particular is going to allow court coordinators to be able to prioritize what they're supposed to be doing. And so you'll see these two things are going to be kind of a theme throughout, and it's going to allow, if they receive CJC funds, the court coordinator, and you know, it can include a recommendation to continue funding as well as them being able to prioritize what they need to be doing to continue to meet standards. So just wanted to say that because we're going to see this quite a bit. Any questions on this one. Joe.
Just to clarify, since I'm connected to this county and I technically will claim it. Just kidding. I won't be commenting on anything, but once your review's over with it, I do have just kind of a general comment, I think, to make about some counties that I didn't quite see in the application, but I know this is kind of happening and Douglas County is impacted by it as well. And so just whenever you guys are finished deciding, I'll just make a quick
I know, I
comment.
was gonna say, you're coming to tell me that I'm
Somebody, hold on. Sorry, Joe. Okay, so after this slide, Joe, you want to just have a comment? Is that what you're saying? Sorry. Okay, cool. Kelsey.
Rachel, I just want to make sure I understood your comment that a lot of these courts are not standing up in advisory committee. I mean, a lot of these are not new courts, so that's really surprising information to me.
It's not a lot. Sorry, it's not a lot of courts. It's just a theme you'll see, and it's something I think that you know, there's a need to kind of have them prioritize it. It's something that will come up enough to where we recognize that this is something that providing funds to court coordinators and funding them will allow them to actually prioritize something like that. And so it's an important piece to the court, but it's something also that I don't know that in the past has been prioritized. And so this is kind of that opportunity to do that and to give them that nudge, because you're correct, it's super important to do that. So yeah. Danielle has a comment.
Just a little bit of context, if it's all right, Rachel. I know a lot of our programs call their local policy committees and advisory committees all kinds of different names, and the specialty court standards specifically delineate that policy committee that's meeting quarterly, and that advisory committee that I like to reference as a community advisory committee, where you're pulling in those resources within the community and talk about the work that you're doing and not reinvent the wheel and tap into some resources that maybe weren't available or funding that you don't have access to funding for, but that they're already standing and serving the same population that you are in your treatment courts. So I just wanted to give some overall context, because I do think that that's, as you said, Rachel, that this is one of struggle. And then I would just also add, in my experience, and this is not specifically to Douglas, but to all of the programs, COVID really impacted that. Some programs have been operational virtually with their committees, and others just haven't been able to kind of pull everyone back together, or slowly starting to do that. That's all.
Thank you, Danielle. Julie. I think you're muted, Julie, if you're talking.
Sorry
There we
about that.
No, you're good.
And just a little bit of context from someone out in a rural community. We have, you know, some counties, I think, that use their local lipstick as that, and then have come to realize during COVID, and then came to realize that after COVID is now resolving, that we need to have a little bit tighter of a steering committee. And I also think too, like, team changes that happen really affect being able to get together a steering committee as well. Changes in your judge and your DA and your defense bar and things like that can make it a little bit more difficult. But that's just my input on that as a coordinator. And you know, I think personally, out in some rural counties, treatment courts are not, like, they've become like way more, I guess, in the public eye. I think more attention is being put on specialty courts. And so people are more interested, people are more wanting to be a part of it, but it hasn't always been that situation in the past. So I think as OJD is taking more of a supportive role, and we're seeing that spread across the state as well. So I feel like are getting more support countywide as well.
Awesome. Thank you for that context, Julie. I appreciate it. Does anybody else have a comment on any of these recommendations for Douglas County? Oh, RJ.
Yeah, so one question that I had is, this is another application where I see that they are working with like community-based providers and mental health providers, and but they scored kind of low. So I'm wondering, is that integrated into the scoring of an application? Do they get points for working with community-based organizations? And if not, then how do we incentivize that or promote that?
Yeah, I mean, it is part of what we were just talking about with the advisory committee and standing it up and getting out into the community and involving them. So absolutely, it's part of a standard. Again, it can be general feedback that we can provide to these courts to be more aware of their community-based organizations and getting involved with that. But in terms of scoring, this is a higher score. And so we took everything into account to get this score. We took qualitative and quantitative parts of their application to put it together to come up with the score. So yes, it does include that portion of it, but just as it refers to adherence to standards, because as we've kind of gone through this process, the idea is to provide a foundation for these courts to know how to improve and how to continue to improve. And so this particular analysis is just establishing that baseline, right? And so as we move forward through this biennium, the next grant cycle, those are things that we can continue to kind of remind them of or add to the analysis. But for right now, it's very much in terms of how those relate to the adherence to standards, because we have to set an expectation, right? And so that's what we're trying to do. So to answer your question, yes, as it relates to advisory committees and things like that, it was part of the score. Anybody have any other?
Awesome, thank you.
Oh, yep, of course. Anybody have any other comments or questions on this? Okay, so we can move forward. All right, Julie, I'm going to ask that you mute yourself and just take yourself off camera if you can for this particular one.
Just real quick, Rachel.
Oh, sorry, Joe, I forgot.
No, it's all good. It's all good. So I was just going to mention, because it is a common theme where you'll see the advisory committee in some of these applications talking about the need to get it up and operational. I think one of the things that's challenging, especially, I think they're just different challenges if you're in a larger community versus a mid-sized community versus smaller, but you're asking us to have policy meetings and the DA there and the sheriff and then you're asking us to have advisory committee meetings with some of these people there as well. Then we've got LIPSIC, then we've got like 40 other meetings that we all have to attend on a regular basis. Plus we all do these kinds of things. So I think what's happened in some communities, and ours is a good example, is ironically, our LIPSIC has turned into a lot of that type of work, like I think it was Julie had mentioned. And I mean, we have a significant number of service groups that are attached to that. We're going through our JRI, we're going through our treatment core stuff every quarter. And so it's pretty in depth, and it's primarily a lot of this type of work that we're doing in that setting, those updates, those questions about what's going on, what services are missing or, need to be incorporated. And so I don't know how that gets captured with the different titles, or because I'm not certain the group's going to exactly turn that. And I'm speaking specifically now about Douglas County, turn that into now a separate advisory committee meeting that we're already doing that work in a different context under LIPSIC, which LIPSIC is supposed to do some of, that work. We've got subcommittees like housing, behavioral health, like all of this stuff all comes out of that as well. And so So I don't know if maybe there's an opportunity. I don't know that we're going to do it now, but to have just a little different conversation about where best do we capture this, and are we meeting the intent of the standard versus the title of the standard? And I think that may help some applicants through this process. So, and I'll give you one last little tidbit. I know there's been a lot of focus on the lack of public defense in the state, and it is true, and it's very important. But there's not really as much emphasis put on the lack of district attorney right now, district attorneys in the state. Like, for example, we have 11 FT in Douglas County right now. And I think we have 6 of those positions filled, and we've had like 1 or 2 applicants in since July. So that's directly impacting our numbers for everything, our caseloads for community corrections, just our public safety output as a whole. But it also means like those resources, including my district attorney, are being pulled in a variety of different directions. And so getting consistency in some of these meetings and doing this stuff is becoming a little complicated as we keep being asked to be part of more and more. So just wanted to give some context to that.
That's great feedback. And I think you're right in terms of continuing this discussion and figuring out what it actually means specifically for these courts that are struggling with that. So I like that feedback. Kelsey, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, I noticed that in some of the applications as well, just to piggyback on what Joe's saying, it was referenced more than once about challenges with staffing, and I think it is important. Last time I checked, there were 42 open deputy district attorney positions within the state of Oregon, which is pretty unprecedented, which makes it really difficult. I'm the elected, so when I serve on the different teams, it's a little bit different, but a lot of jurisdictions don't have that ability to do so. So that does make it a lot more challenging. And I think that, I think even in Lane counties, it was saying too that they expect parole and probation to have similar issues going forward. And so as we're competing with one another for employees, it does make it harder to include people in those type of meetings. And I just want to support what Joe said, because I thought it was really good feedback, at least from my personal experience as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's fantastic context for us as well. So, Jake.
And not to continue to beat the drum from Kelsey and Joe, but the small frontier counties, 1 judge, 1 DA involved with everything from lip sync to you name it, every work group that they need to be part of, they're part of. So adding more meetings, typically those meetings, advisory is also partnered with the steering committee or our group. We meet as a group and we talk about things. And I'm not going to get specific to Lake because I'm not sure where we're going to score and what our needs are. But nevertheless, the small frontier counties tend to struggle a little bit with more work groups. So like Joe said, a lot of it's morphed into other meetings. We do have an advisory council or whatever you want to call that, but yet we meet together as groups. So that's just from small rural frontier counties. We struggle with that, especially with 1 judge, 1 DA. And I can't imagine how Grant and Harney make that work with 1 judge that goes back and forth. So I don't want to continue to beat that drum, but there's a lot that goes into that, like they said.
Absolutely. That's great context. I think also to go back to Joe's point about having conversations maybe beyond this meeting, it might be something that once we establish this foundation for this grant, we can then continue to maybe work on what needs to be prioritized and what's feasible and what can be something that you all find to be more important than others after we get, standards, after we get a foundation, we kind of build this expectation. So I agree with Joe in terms of continuing this conversation and addressing those difficulties. So thank you so much for that context. Okay, Columbia County Adult Drug Court, they also scored pretty well. They're again, you have their spending, their completion rate. Let's see here. standard that they missed is weekend testing. And so that's one of the recommendations is they leverage funding to get weekend testing, drug testing, as well as increasing training. They are below standard on that, particularly with newer people and having an onboarding process. And so those are the CJC recommendations for Columbia County. Any questions? Saw a thumbs up from Jake. And okay, Joe has a thumbs up and there we go. I can't, perfect, okay. Julie, you can come back now. Thank you, okay. Lynn County, their completion rate is, hold on, let me pull this up, I'm sorry. They did miss on their completion rate. That is a standard that they missed on, not by much. The median was 44%. They were at 42%. So we just wanted to flag that to continue to focus on completion rate and try to see potentially any issues there. Their spending, they're good on their spending. It's going to be at or near 100% projected to be by the end of the biennium. So CJC recommendations are to share and integrate treatment plan. Again, this kind of goes back to the role of the court coordinator and allowing them to focus and prioritize what needs to be done. And then also along the lines of the advisory committee, the policy committee as well, you'll see this for probably the same reasons that we just talked about, that difficulty and scarcity of resources and things like that. They do have a policy committee. It just needs to meet more often. They're not meeting that standard of meeting enough. So those are CJC staff recommendations for Lynn County. Joe, sorry.
That's all right. So just I guess a quick clarifying question. So if someone is below the completion rate, the average, then am I hearing this correctly that you want to get them above that completion average? Yeah,
so we use a median instead of an average, and just
okay,
because
sorry,
it was
median.
more,
Yeah.
it's okay. It's just to explain it. It's just a more advantageous way of looking at it. Make it standardizes a little bit more, and so it's not something. It's just something that we flagged because they were under the median of all of drug courts, and so it's just feedback that we're going to provide them to maybe focus on longer engagement, something, things like that they can focus on their completion rate. This is not the only court. There are some specifically that is a recommendation because of where they fell compared to the median, but they're very close to it. It's just also something that we want them to be aware of.
Okay. Part of the reason I'm asking is just, a lot of that sometimes just has to do with, I guess, the risk profiles, but also, a judge, for example, who's overseeing it versus, agreements at a local level around technical violations. So there's some of that stuff that kind of plays into it. So I don't know so that's why I was kind of asking to better understand it. So it's more of just a feedback. Hey, take a look at what you're doing. Here's where you're at. Okay, perfect. That's all I needed. Thank you.
So we pulled some of the SCMS data. We're trying to, in an effort to make this a more quantitative approach. Completion rate was one of the things that we pulled along with participants, average participants, and then capacity. And so it's not necessarily something that we are, it's just something that we're flagging, like feedback to maybe focus on that. So. Okay, there's a thumbs up from Joe. Anybody else have an issue? Okay. We'll move on then. Okay, Multnomah County Adult Drug Court. This is their start court. Sorry, let me pull this up. Okay, so some of the recommendations in response to some of the standards that were missed is to leverage funds to get weekend drug testing, to just increase the frequency of the advisory committee meetings. They do have an advisory committee meeting. It's just meeting more often. And then requesting funds that reflect operational costs. And essentially what that means is this particular court, in terms of capacity and participants, there's a big gap. And so just reminding them or giving them feedback that their request reflects their current operational cost rather than what their capacity is. And so that was some of the feedback that we'll be providing to them. Any questions on this? All right, Joe gives a thumbs up. Everybody's good? Okay, Benton County got a high score. Before I get into anything, we do have recommendations, and I can get into their standards. I do want to just give this context as we go through this. The last bullet point, they stopped taking referrals as of April 12th. So that was a couple of days before this application was submitted. This was in the application. They did indicate that they stopped taking referrals, and they essentially it was an issue with proper treatment providers and getting access to that. And so they don't currently have a plan as to when they're going to resume allowing participants into the program. And so with that context, some of the CJC recommendations are that they share and integrate treatment plans, that they need randomized drug testing, there's a need for an increase in training, and then they need to implement a plan to begin taking referrals again, because it was not something within their application that was provided. Any questions on this application? Joe.
So in reviewing this, I just, to be frank, I was a little disappointed that to put that in the application and not lay out a clear plan or something. It is like, it's a treatment court. So, and it was written in a way, and I understand it, especially on short notice like that. I get it. So it's not a criticism, you know, of whoever was drafting it or their circumstances, but it was just one of those things where I wasn't really certain how to view the entire application if it's like hopeful and at the same time acknowledging they're not certain that they can get there. I don't know how you fund a treatment court if you don't have that clearly in place by the time that the funding comes around to make that decision. So I don't know, this is kind of a first, I think, maybe quite this way. I went through something similar in, not to date myself, 2003, I think, or 4. So I apologize for all the people on here that were being born then. But we switched providers because of it and actually ended up doing in-house stuff before we moved back to the local alcohol and drug provider with the updated standards and stuff. So I don't know. It's a little disappointing not to have a plan and to know that we're going to move something forward without that's difficult, I think, for me.
Yeah, so you all have options. It can be something where you can move it forward into the final application round contingent upon a plan. And so within the final application, they're, you know, required to present that plan that they have. It can be for, you know, whatever time frame you all think is appropriate. So that is an option. Essentially, it can just be, you know, when are you going to be taking referrals again? And then in terms of funding, Joe, that would be a discussion, if you did move it forward in terms of what that funding looked like, would be a discussion on the 19th. If whatever conditions were given today were met. So absolutely, that is an option for y'all to consider.
I do like that suggestion, Rachel, that there needs to be a plan by the time we get to budget time.
Okay, so like do you have does anybody else disagree with that? Does anybody, Joe, you have your hand up, and then we can kind of talk through what that means. Go ahead, Joe.
I was gonna bring up the same thing, which was, okay. You know, I guess, I guess part of what would maybe be helpful to the committee would be if guys are working together with them. But what I'd hate to see is for an application to come forward for funding and with not a clear plan in place that, you know, it's already in place by the time we're giving them funding. Because if it's something that's 6 months after we're giving them funding or a year after we're giving them funding, and then that's, to me, I would struggle with that, I think.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is in order for them to be considered for funding, they've got to have a plan in place, but also be taking it. There are other options as well, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds on the funding piece, but there is a provisional option or something to that effect that we could discuss on the 19th in terms of funding them if their plan was beyond July 19th, right? So their plan was 6 months. There would be options for y'all to decide on the 19th in terms of that. But what I'm hearing is a plan in place on their final application as to like a very detailed, here's who our treatment provider is, here's when we're going to be taking referrals, and here's what this looks like. And then at that point, you all will consider funding. Is that what I'm hearing, or will you consider funding contingent upon what that plan looks like? Or does it have to look like a specific thing? Does it have to have certain things?
Can I just clarify real quick? So the reason I'm struggling with this one is if we had enough funds to fund everything, I would be fine with a contingency plan. I mean, yeah, because our goal is to help, as like I said, as many of these programs as possible, but also help them be successful and whatever. The issue with this one is we have so many applications, and we're talking about the potential in some of these, depending on how they're funded, that they're gonna lose services and maybe even people. So we're making that decision, and then if we were to come back and say their plan didn't come through 6 months after we funded them or 9 months after we funded them and we have extra money, sure, that extra money can go to other programs, but it's also having a direct impact on those existing programs that did have everything in place and had to make difficult decisions in terms of their program that's going to impact their ability to provide services to their clients and their community. And so I just think that's kind of why I'm viewing it the way I am. And it is unfortunate, but it also may help on a local level to push this conversation to happen a lot sooner and quicker than for setting something out 9 months to a year down the road on provisional funding. So I just want to clarify why I was recommending it that way.
Okay. Thank you for that. Jake?
So if this is just a question, so if provisional funding is granted and they still don't have a plan in place and they're still struggling, can that money be pulled back and spread out amongst other courts that have spent their monies or requesting additional funds, or how does that work?
Yeah, so provisional funding would just be for a year. And then you all would review it again. Yeah.
But if they don't spend that money because they don't have, it takes them 8 months to get going and start getting their services back. So they haven't spent 8 months worth of funding. Instead of losing that or giving it back, or not continuing, what happens with that pot of money? Are other courts able to access some of that if the need is there?
Yeah, we could potentially have a supplement around for those funds. Correct.
I guess I was looking for that. So
yes.
My apologies for.
No, it's okay. The other potential option you all have is to not move this forward and push this to the implementation round. Is another option. There will be an implementation round. That is also an option. It will possibly give Benton County a little bit more time, and they can present. They'll have the opportunity to present their plan in that application as well. So Joe, to kind of address your concern with the current applicants and making decisions for Benton County in July with this particular cycle, there is an option to move them out of this round of funding into the implementation round, which will occur sometime in September, October, that may give them a little bit more time. So that is also an option for y'all.
Yeah, and I would just echo that. I think, and again, it's just me, but if there's not a clear plan in place before they're submitting their application or the funding portion of it's coming up, again, I would struggle. I absolutely would be open to moving them to the implementation phase because that does give them the time, and it also gives, the supports, like the CJC and OJD to help work with them as well. So I would be open to that as well. But my biggest concern is if we're having impacts on existing programs that have all of these things in place, with the idea that somehow this might be in place at some point, and then we're trying to give money out in just to different areas after the fact. To me, that's just not. It's not really fair to those programs that have. Do have everything in place, and some of them very much do need some of this funding to possibly continue some of their services. So
my only concern with having them wait till the implementation round is how do they then support their participants they have now, as far as funding goes. That would be my only concern, like where are they getting the funds for participant supports and drug testing, and unless that's something that's being done by a treatment provider that is no longer working with them. But I would just have a concern about how they're going to support the current participants if there's a gap in funding there from July to whenever the implementation round would fund. So
Yeah.
That's my only concern about that.
So for context for that, Julie, it would be probably January. Right,
Yeah.
so it would be a 6-month gap in funds, just because of the process of the application and then getting contracts and stuff like that. So there would be that 6-month gap for sure.
Yeah, so how do they fund their coordinator who needs to, you know, work on this issue? How do they support their current participants? That would be my concern.
Okay. Rachel, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'll be fast. I just want to, you know, this was compiled from April 12th. We're looking at a month and a half later, so hopefully there's been some progress already made on this that we just perhaps don't know. But to the point of, we'd like to see a plan and have them up and running by July 19th in order to consider this for fairness, for responsibility of funding. That is a helpful direction for us on the OJD side to go work with the program, and if hopefully be able to meet that goal. And if not, then Julie, to your comment, which is equally as important, then we will talk about how to contingency plan so that people are taken care of, participants, but otherwise, I think we have our charge to support the program and being eligible for consideration at the next round.
Perfect. Kelsey?
Just really quick, because I'm new to this committee, I wanted a clarification maybe from you, Rachel, in terms of overall messaging of what, how we approach circumstances like this. Is our competitive nature of the grant funding to kind of, are we inclined to say, too bad, you didn't do it right, your application isn't correct, no dice? Or is our inclination as a committee supposed to be, we want to work and we want this to be successful, let's figure out a way to deal with it? Like, I think I'm not totally clear on how I'm supposed to be approaching these in terms of how rigid our standards are for the process.
Yeah, that's a great question. And it's going to be kind of a frustrating non-answer in the beginning, but I'll get to it. It really just kind of depends on what you all want to do. You have the ability to not move this forward if you don't want to. You have the ability to move it forward with a contingency that they are going to have a plan by the 19th. And then if they don't, and then you have options in terms of what kind of leeway or not you want to give them. It is a consensus, and so you all have to kind of come to a consensus in terms of what you want to do. But to Joe's point, he's correct, right? This is a competitive grant. There are other applicants that have, everything. They're still taking referrals, they're still all that kind of stuff, and so it would be taking potentially funds away from courts that provided that. However, you do have the option for them to come up with something to fix this issue, right? They still applied. They are eligible. That's our job, is to determine whether or not they're eligible. So the application they are an eligible court. They want to continue operations. They're just having an issue. And so they're recognizing that they don't particularly have a plan in place. So it is kind of it's up to you all in terms of what you would like to do. I know that's probably not the answer you're looking for, but you have options.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to know what our marching orders were, or historically what I should expect on how I approach a situation like this.
Yeah, so it's really just, my job is to provide y'all with options, and you all can consider them and come up with your own, or move forward in a way that makes sense as long as it's clear to the applicant. So Joe.
Yeah, I was just going to add to Kelsey's question. So it's actually why we've moved to this two-part process. One of the reasons is for this very reason. We were trying to cram everything into 2 days before, and it was kind of an all or nothing conversation. And it was kind of challenging in the moment and kind of going through everything. And so moving to it this way, this is a perfect example, I guess, of some of the things that we were discussing about moving to this approach. Helps us actually have this conversation, say, hey, here's what we see in the application. If it's going to move forward in July, like, here's what the group's expecting, or yes, move it forward. Everything looks on, pace or whatever. So the process is supposed to be more supportive and provide a little bit clearer direction to all counties. who submit applications. And so this is kind of, at least from my perspective, this is a good example of it's working the way it's supposed to. It's just we're in a unique situation with this particular one because it's like one of the main components of just a treatment court period. And if you don't have it, it's creating almost a all or nothing type of approach because of this community, can't get on the same page with their provider unless they have a different alternative, to come up with their own in-house provider or something that meets these standards. Then I'm not really certain what their options are. And so, and having been in that situation, it was either an all or nothing, like you'd shut the program down if you couldn't come to some agreement or an alternative service. And so this gives them the time if we're kind of saying, hey, we need a plan before the funding. Otherwise, you're putting us in a position we might not be able to do this, or we might need to move you to implementation, which then creates this other problem that Rachel had mentioned. But generally that's a problem that CJC is pretty effective in helping bridge that gap and resolve. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, and I'm going to just say this and please add detail or correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing in terms of a recommendation is a plan. You'll move them on from this round into the funding round with contingent upon a very clear plan in terms of when they're going to start taking referrals again, who their treatment provider is, when they're going to be up and running, very detailed. Here's what we are going to be doing with a very specific time frame. In order to be considered for funding on the 19th. So this is something that we can review that plan on the 19th, and then you all can make funding decisions based on whether or not they met your expectations of that particular plan. That's kind of what I'm hearing. Okay, so there's a thumbs up from Joe. Thumbs up from, okay. Do you all, just one question, and then we can move on. Do you have a specific time frame that you want them to be taking referrals again and up and running? So I know, Joe, you mentioned there's kind of this, you don't want to see it 9 months from now, 6 months from now, them just starting. Do you have a specific time frame that you all want to see them back in operation?
Well, for me, I guess I don't know if it's as much as taking the referrals, but it kind of also goes to the question about current participants. The issue, it sounded to me like in the application, was that the change in the provider's not providing the service consistent with how services are to be provided for treatment courts. So I don't know what without getting into the weeds, like that left me thinking, well, I don't even know if the standard that the current clients are receiving, if they're receiving it, is even meeting the standard. So I'm not certain continuing them for 6 months after that. I don't really know. It just left me kind of unsure. But so for me, it's like, if you don't have that agreement with that service provider to be providing the services consistent to meet the treatment court standards, that to me is the issue, not so much the referrals, because it seems like the referrals stop because that provider is not able to provide, for whatever reason, services consistent with the program needs. So it's kind of cart before the horse for me. If the provider is unwilling to do that and they can't get sign off on that, for me, like prior to, our meeting in July, then I'm not really certain how that moves forward if there's not an alternative plan of doing like in-house treatment that meets the standard or something. So
okay. So specifically then, part of the plan has to address, even beyond referrals, has to have some sort of agreement in place from a treatment provider to provide proper, so that they're meeting standards, is something that you want to see. Okay. Okay, so we're going to move them forward into the funding round. They're going to come up with a plan specific to what treatment provider they're going to be using, have an agreement in place. If they don't have one in place, specific steps they're going to take to get that treatment agreement in place, and then also start taking referrals again. So kind of those two parts are going to be at play that you all are going to consider, then consider them for funding on July 19th. Is that correct? Okay. Real fast. Okay.
Sorry,
Go ahead,
can I
Kelsey.
ask like a general question from their
Sure.
application that I didn't understand? And maybe it's in here and I just don't get it, but like they have a really low client number for their population. Am I reading that right?
So we have their capacity at 20, and their average participants, average monthly participants over the 7 quarters of this current biennium is 22.
Why does it say in their application that it says numbers of clients in the specialty core program has reduced to levels less than 10?
I don't know. I can get context behind that if you'd like.
I
If you'd
just
like me to.
It's a big county to have such few participants. I was just curious if we're reading between the lines that there's something else even more wonky going on. I don't know.
Is that something, do you want us to look at that like at a break or something before we?
No,
move
it's
on?
fine if I'm the only one who like, thinks that's
Okay. How about we do this? We can, we'll make sure this feedback is correct and we can move on, and then at break, we'll try to get an answer for you and just follow up. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Just real fast before we move on, I just want to make sure CJC staff that's taking notes. Avery, did you get that feedback?
Yes, we have
Okay.
the final application will be accepted contingent on there being a very detailed plan, including treatment providers, when referrals will be accepted again, and a very specific time frame, at which point funding recommendations will be considered. And then we also have that an agreement with a treatment provider must be in place before July 19th, or specific steps to get an agreement in place.
Okay, thank you, Avery. Does that sound okay for everybody for where we are? Perfect. Okay, so that is what we're going to provide to Benton County. So thank you for walking through this, because I know this was kind of a different kind of issue that we've seen. So appreciate that. Okay, before we go, like I said, I am not tracking time. Are you all doing okay? I kind of just want to do a check. Do we need a break, like a 5-minute break? Are you good to keep going? How are you all feeling? Jake just said 5 minutes. Okay. All right, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back to Yamhill County.
Hey, Rachel?
Yeah.
Just real quickly, so when you get to Lake County, Lake County's coming up soon. Do I shut everything down and then you guys will let me know? How do you let me know to come back?
Just mute yourself and then turn off your camera. So you don't have to leave the meeting. Just turn off your camera and then I'll let you know when you can turn your camera back on.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So I think we're at 5 minutes. I can't tell who's back just because nobody has their camera on. So there's Kelsey. Okay. All right. Perfect. I think we're just waiting on Jake, and I don't know if RJ is here. Kelsey, just to answer your question about Benton County, it looks, we looked at the question that you were asking. It looks like there's just a discrepancy in the data that we pulled and then who was answering the application. So
Okay.
we can follow up on that if you'd like, but that's just, I think there were 2 different entities that were involved in that. So that's all it looks like to us. Okay, so I think Julie's back, Jake's back. All right, is everybody good to go? Okay, so Yamhill County, they were on provisional status currently for the 21-23 cycle. They were specifically on provisional status for drug testing and not having an advisory committee. They had some issues with their drug testing processes and things like that. And they have since fixed those. And so they've been focusing on that and improving on that, and going into this new grant cycle, those things are no longer an issue for them. And so the CJC recommendations is just to increase the use of SCMS. Again, it's just something I think is a challenge sometimes, is getting the entire team to enter data into SCMS and being on board. So it's going to be a recommendation, just a part of feedback for us. Also increase the frequency of hearings and staff meetings. And so that's something that we recognize that they were a little bit short on in terms of not meeting standards. And then integrate and share a treatment plan, which again, we've seen throughout a few of these applications. Any questions or comments on Yamhill County? For those of you that are new, the provisional status will drop going into the new cycle unless it's a discussion in the funding round. But they were given direction on things to improve upon, and they have. So Just a note on that. Okay, I see a thumbs up from Joe. Anybody else have any? Okay. Perfect.
Just a quick comment too. I felt like their application was stronger. I don't know why I remembered their last one, but this one just felt like it was a little stronger than the last one. So just for the record.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. We can also give them that feedback as well. I think that's something that they would appreciate. I think Kelsey, this is you. So just go off camera, mute yourself, and then we'll let you back on when we're done discussing this. So Union County, the recommendations are pretty similar to what we've seen. Increase the use of SCMS, share an integrated treatment plan, stand up an advisory committee, and increase training. And again, these are things that we can provide feedback for the court coordinator to focus on and to prioritize as they move through the next grant cycle. Any comments, questions?
Just a quick question. When you mentioned increased use of the special court management system, what are we referring to? Are we referring to the parole and probation side of things, or just the overall use as far as data entry, tracking, UA tracking, face tracking, employment? I mean, all the little things, or is it just?
Yeah, so it's really just kind of feedback for overall use. If there's something specific in like that is needed for SCMS, we'll make sure we note that, but really it's just to increase their data entry into SCMS. And so I know in the past, people have directed funding to support that, funding requests to support that. And so it's kind of just a recommendation to focus on increasing data entry into SCMS. If it's something more specific, we'll note that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any comments? Questions? I need some sort of consensus. Okay, I think I see a thumbs up from Julie and Jake. Okay, and there goes Joe. Okay, all right, Kelsey, you can come back. Okay, Crook County Adult Drug Court. This is a bit of a unique application in the sense that they did one application for both their mental health and their drug court. When we did the scoring, we considered both, which is how we ended up with the particular score of the 42.5. So we considered the Scott for the mental health court as well as the drug court. And so in that, couple of the recommendations for moving forward is increase the frequency of staffing in court hearings, increase the availability of drug testing for the mental health court, making sure that it's accessible for the mental health side of this, stand up an advisory committee, and then the recommendation, just because of the way that we are changing how we're scoring this and how the analysis is going to occur, it would be in their best interest to separate the adult drug court and the mental health court into two different applications moving forward. Not necessarily this round, but moving forward to separate the two. Also, just a note, the completion rate for the mental health court is 55%, so it is in line with the drug court. See a thumbs up from Joe and Julie. Anybody else have any questions?
Just a quick question, and this is more of just kind of a larger I guess we've seen this theme for a lot of the programs and it has to do with weekend testing. And so when we're reviewing the applications, obviously it pops up, but it helps seeing it in a slide here as well. I mean, I guess in your review of this, how many programs actually do you think struggle with weekend UAs in terms of all the applications we have?
Oh, that is a great question. I don't know if I can give you, we can maybe come up with a number if you want like a specific percentage, we can work on that at lunch. I will say it is something that we kind of recognized was a theme in terms of it being an issue for enough courts. That Rachel mentioned it in the beginning of drug testing kind of being something that we're going to see as an issue for a standard being met. It is something that we recognized as a theme across the board in all different kinds of court types as being something that is a bit difficult for courts to meet that particular standard. So Rachel, if you want to add to that, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I think this kind of reminds me that of the advisory group discussion as well. This really is where there are some really thematic challenges that occur in different regions. And so my kind of takeaway from this is looking at how to creatively try to meet these standards, really using the resources that exist and leveraging things in really creative ways. Because some of the places that are having a difficulty meeting some of these standards, that is a resource issue in that community, not a program failure per se. So I think it's helpful to see when there's these large themes, how we can hopefully try to come up with solutions that will help several programs at once meet it rather than individual programs or communities, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's actually why I was kind of mentioning it, is because we're consistently seeing it on slides. So it's a factor. We're supposed to consider it as a factor in terms of not meeting standards. But if systemically almost the entire state of Oregon can't meet this standard for one reason or another, it's kind of a larger issue aside from an individual court trying to respond, in a grant application. I know there's several counties that, belong to consortium and they, use specific UA provider, but then they have their own internals. So it's kind of a larger, more complicated thing that maybe we need other folks involved at a policy level, to kind of help systemically to see if this is something that's achievable. Obviously we have to document it on these, but I just don't know in terms of factoring that in as a challenge and asking each individual court to try to come up with different solutions more than they probably already have. And maybe you guys all know what efforts they've made or not, but it just seems like it's a larger issue that maybe, some energy needs to be spent on outside of this process. So.
Yeah, I think that's great feedback. Just to give you some context, roughly 1/3 of the courts that applied did not meet that particular standard. So it definitely is systemic. I think one of the benefits of having an analysis like this is that we can take these themes and kind of move as we move forward through the biennium and be, into other funding cycles. This is something that we can address kind of as a larger issue and maybe have a better understanding of how to prioritize standards and things like that as we move forward. So I think that's great feedback. So, and thank you, Rachel, for that context. Any other comments on any of the CJC staff recommendations for Crook County? Everybody good with this? Okay, I see a thumbs up. Perfect. Okay. Josephine County Adult Drug Court, you'll notice that there's not a trends in participation, we could not get access to it, so we could not provide it. Just wanted to note that it is still a standard analysis. It's still kind of in that that middle analysis. But some of the CJC recommendations that we have, sorry, let me just pull this up, is to adjust the timing of the use of the risk tool in terms of just when it's used. Again, this is just helpful feedback in terms of processes and things like that. And to share and integrate a treatment plan also allows the court coordinator to prioritize that, and then an increase in training. So yeah, thumbs up from everybody. Okay. Okay, Klamath County, also on provisional for the 21-23 cycle. They're provisional, they were put on provisional status for drug testing, specifically getting results back. Again, this is in context with what Rachel was just talking about, specifically a resource issue potentially. And so, and also an advisory committee. And so we added in here the trends and the standards not met because those two things in particular continue to be an issue for this particular court. And so those two things are still standards that were not met going into this grant cycle. And so CJC recommendations, again, to share and integrate treatment plans, to develop clear and written eligibility criteria and to actually share that with others, increase the use of SCMS, and increase the advisory committee meetings. Okay, saw a thumbs up. Washington County. Sorry. Adult drug court, the recommendations is for this is kind of going back, I think, Joe, what you mentioned earlier, about your concern in particular with who's there. Judge, the prosecutor, and defense need to attend more staffing and hearings. There's a recommendation for a standardized incentive sanction grid to develop that, and then also a recommendation to leverage funds for holiday and weekend drug testing. Jake, you had a question.
We had a visiting judge here within the last 2 months, and he chose not to participate in the staffing. He wanted us to come up with recommendations, and he had us speak. And he was, I want to say he was from the I-5 corridor region, the Multnomah, Washington, Clackamas County region, and he didn't want to be part of our staffing. He said he was, as a drug court judge, he was never part of it because he didn't want to be part of those recommendations. He wanted to be able to impose any recommendations or sanctions or incentives. So I'm not sure if this judge came from Washington County, but he was from up in the Tri-County area. And I didn't know if that was a norm. Our judge participates, but I didn't know if that was a standard for the bigger counties or most counties.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's expected that those, you know, the judge, the prosecutor, and the defense do attend those meetings. And so I'm not sure in terms of like what you're referencing specifically, but the feedback to Washington County would be that those particular players of the specialty court team need to attend more often. It's not that they're not attending, it's that they just need to attend more often than they actually currently are. So again, a bit of feedback just to increase the attendance of those particular types of meetings.
Okay,
So I
thank
guess
you.
just a quick question in terms of context, like, are we talking 50% attendance rate? Are we talking, 95%?
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, the median obviously is 1, right, that they attend all of them. They came in at they attend about 70%. And so they're missing about 30% of them. Jake, did you have another question or is your hand just still up?
My hand is still up. My
Okay.
apologies.
No, you're good. I just wanted to make sure.
Just one last question. Do we have any context of why they're missing them?
We can get that context for you. Let me see if there's.
I think part of the reason I'm asking is it kind of goes back to what I was saying before. I mean, if you've got a particular county that's for whatever reason experiencing, 30%, 40% reduction staffing level for some reason, with as many cases as they have, that might present a challenge, for certain folks to show up. But if it's just a matter of not prioritizing it, then that's probably a different conversation.
Yeah, so some context, this was the lowest attendance score, so this isn't an issue beyond this particular court. There is a new judge who is going to be going to training. There is a new coordinator, and in the application itself, they just said some training or some meetings, like the judge attends some staffing, and then in the SCOP, where we actually got that number of how many they're missing, they indicated that the judge is missing about 30% of those meetings. So that might be why, just staffing overturn. Rachel, did you have a context for that?
I want to say more than 50% of their team is new within the past year, some of whom are like within the past few months. So I think this is a bit of a transition factor. It makes the most sense. This has not been a historical practice in Washington County, and obviously it's not consistent with the best practice. So I would assume it's realistic that this should improve now that they have their full team back. All the proper team members are there.
Is that good context, Joe?
Yeah, Douglas County's brand new too. I think almost everybody is brand new on that team. And I don't think they had a participation issue either. And the reason I mention it is, I know, having been around forever, it's just the way some assignments get done or whatever and who takes over. And so it's kind of a shock sometimes, if whoever's taken over just doesn't hit the ground running, from a team perspective, especially for the group. And so, I think the feedback's going to be important around, making sure that the right people are there, and it's not 70% of the time. Like it kind of goes along with the treatment conversation a little bit too. So if maybe that's something that needs to be addressed at some level. So,
Joe, do you have specific feedback beyond the recommendation on the slide? Like, do you want to see a specific kind of improvement, or is it just something that?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, I don't know if this is really the committee to provide the feedback, in fairness, based on the description that's been provided. It's probably more of it's probably more outside of this that I think, and some of that education, especially in particular, that OJD can provide, and that guidance, and be a good resource, during that transition. And so I'd probably defer to them more so than probably this group making a direct recommendation, having done this for 400 years. So it's probably the most effective way for us to move that dial. So.
Okay, so you're okay with this specific, that bullet point being as is, and then relying on OJD to kind of give more focused feedback in terms of how to improve that.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Any other comments or questions on this one? Is everybody okay with these recommendations? See a thumbs up from Julie. I need one more, maybe two. Perfect. Okay. All right. Clatsop County. Their kind of big red flag, I guess, was their completion rate is a little lower than normal. If I go back to the median is 44%, their completion rate is 15%. And so it's focusing on that, but also creating a standardized incentive sanction grid, increasing training and increasing the frequency of policy and advisory committee meetings. And again, to kind of go back to your question about completion rate, Joe, this is something, just a recommendation to focus on why it is that low. To put it into context as well, the capacity for this particular court is 10, and their average participants over like monthly participants is 13. And so it is a low number of participants in this particular court. So that also is context with the completion rate. They also don't keep those who have absconded on, and so that also could lower their completion rate. So just some context behind that number, just because it is lower than most. Any other comments, questions? See a thumbs up from Joe. Okay. So Polk County, Polk County is also below on their completion rate. Not by much, but just, again, that will be some focused feedback that we provide to them. Polk County, just to give some context as well, they're in their application recognized very much that they were they needed support on very specific things. There were a few things that they recognized that they weren't doing well and asked for support. And so we tried to align what they said in the application with some of our recommendations. And so an increase in training, specifically with new hires, using a validated risk screen tool before entry, leverage funds for standardized drug testing. In particular, they struggled with that, and then increasing the use of SCMS. So wasn't very common for, as you can, just as we're going through this, applicants themselves to specifically say we need help with this. So I just wanted to kind of recognize this court did that and specifically said we need support on this. So just some context. And Joe, I know you may have a question on their standard 2. Again, it's also their disqualifiers was the issue there. And so we can provide that feedback. Got a thumbs up from Joe. Any other questions? Thumbs up. We're good. Okay. All right. Multnomah County Adult Drug Court. This is their step. Court, this, if you remember last grant cycle, some of you may not, this court was developed in place of their stop court, which is no longer in operation due to the changes in ballot measure 110. And so they started off, if you look at their participation trends over time, you can see that in January, they didn't have any, and then it's just steadily increased. And so this is why their completion rate is what it is they have yet to have somebody go through the entire program simply because it hasn't been in operation for very long. Spending is a little bit under, it's at 59%. And so the recommendations from CJC to leverage funds for weekend drug testing, their use of incarceration was a little higher. It was something that we flagged. And so cease the use of incarceration as treatment for this particular court, require housing for graduation, and stand up an advisory committee are the recommendations. Also, some context with their completion rate. 6 participants have exited. They just weren't captured in how we came up with the completion rate. And so they have had participants that have exited the program. We just weren't captured in that statistic for how we came up with it. This is also a different kind, a unique court in the sense that they don't require participants to have a substance use disorder. They still take them, but they don't require it. And so it has a little bit of a different process than other drug courts. Any questions? Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Rachel, could you just maybe elaborate for the group a little bit more on that? So you don't have a substance abuse issue, but you're in a treatment court.
Yeah, so this is the measure. Oh, Rachel, go ahead. This is you.
I want to say their primary population, these are folks who are like Measure 11 offenses. And so think of it somewhat as a diversion type program, but to your really important point, Joe, they run a 4-quadrant model. So those folks who are entering, if they don't have a high behavioral health need, then they're going to end up in the quadrant that's got, the high risk piece of it, but not necessarily high need. So they're adjusting their services by track based on where those participants land in any of the 4 quadrants.
Yes. So I guess it still left with the question. If we don't have, I guess I'm still struggling, but so if we're dealing with treatment courts and we're taking Measure 11 offenses that don't have treatment, some kind of component of treatment, either through a traditional treatment court model or a mental health court model, or so how maybe somebody can walk us through that a little bit more. Because I guess that's because this idea of what's defined in statute as a treatment court. Does this meet the definition of it?
It meets the eligibility requirements for the grant.
Okay. And so in the eligibility requirements of the grant align with the statute of what a treatment court is?
Yes.
So maybe I can ask a follow-up question to that.
Sure.
How does it meet the requirements for the grant if it's not a treatment court?
It is a treatment court. It does take people, it does offer treatment. It just doesn't, it's kind of like what Rachel was saying, depending on where they are placed within that 4-quadrant model, they may or may not get treatment. So they are taking participants that don't have a substance use disorder, and they are taking participants that do. It just depends. Was that clear enough? Rachel, if you want to add anything to this, go ahead.
I mean, I think that the questions on this one are perfectly appropriate. I would maybe suggest if there's specific things that the group would like the program to speak to better contextualize this, that would be helpful. And I would just say, the 4-quadrant model, and please know, I fully understand the sentiment of the comments and questions. It's not to say that they won't end up with some type of treatment. My guess would be most folks are having MRT. It's really tailored towards specifically what criminogenic needs they need to have targeted, combined with other behavioral health factors, and those will look really different depending on the individual. So I'm confident there are services being provided to all of the individuals that are being tailored to what assessments are driving. But I think if there's this many questions, it would be of value to pose some of that back to the program to give some clear answers so we don't speculate.
Yeah, I think that might be helpful. It just, the reason being is, I mean, I know we've veered off, slightly in the context of treatment courts, obviously for like mental health courts and stuff like that, but it's still the idea that folks are in need of treatment services. For whatever reason, I thought statutorily, the language still existed around specific drug courts. And so those were individuals that were in need of substance abuse issues. And so, but if we're veering off into basically more of case monitoring type of services, where they don't actually necessarily need treatment in that context, I guess that's where I'm like I could think of other scenarios that we could come up with of just taking case types and having them check in with a judge that could also then start to qualify. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
I don't want to misspeak on this specific program, so I'm not going to offer any additional comments, but I will say my familiarity with the statute is specific to a drug court program, not a specialty court program. So I think there may be an appropriate gray area that we need to explore just generally for future. But yeah, you're asking all the right questions, Joe. I just don't have really satisfactory answers and I don't want to speculate too much.
Yeah, and part of the reason I'm asking is, I support all local jurisdictions making whatever decisions they want to make related to how they need to serve their populations. But I mean, again, we've got a limited number of resources that we're trying to fund existing programs that are providing treatment services more in line and consistent with the historical perspective of treatment courts in the state of Oregon. And so I'm concerned if we're venturing too far outside that in this situation. And so maybe that's a separate conversation to have before funding, but yeah, but I do have some concerns.
Kelsey, do you still have your hand up or do you have a comment?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Something. I'm looking at this proposal and I'm familiar with this court generally speaking. And my initial reaction is that it's not a specialty court under the general spirit of what we're here to do, even if it does qualify. And I see a difference between the number of standards not met in programs that are trying to gain compliance with best practices with specialty courts and programs that just are not best practices of a specialty court because they're not. And I don't want people, I mean, if people want to do their own, programs in their own jurisdictions, I'm all for that as well because we're all different in our jurisdictions, but I don't want different programs that are not specialty courts to try to frame what they're doing to look like a specialty court when I don't think it is.
Okay.
Especially with the amount of funding, being supported, or the funding support towards this program, and that being a true specialty court. Yeah, I don't disagree with either Joe or Kelsey.
So, Joe and Kelsey, to address your concerns, is there something or any what do you need from these applicants potentially to hear or to see before the funding round? Or it could be something very similar to Benton County, right? So you all give feedback, they need to submit something. If you decide to move this forward into the funding round, they need to submit something to show or to respond to your concerns, and then there's a decision for funding. Or it can be you don't move it on. Like you all have options. Is there something, Kelsey, that specifically that you would like to see from this applicant to respond to your concerns?
Well, I would guess those are kind of apples and oranges in my opinion. In Benton County, I don't think they did a good job of explaining their plan for what they're going forward with, but there's no question as to whether or not they're implementing a program that is within the lines of what this committee is supposed to be looking at, right?
Right, yes, my whole point to that, sorry, my entire point to that was just, you could do the same process with this court. Not that they're the same circumstance, but if you needed feedback in the funding round to decide on funding, we could also do that with this court. That's the only thing I meant by that.
Yeah, I don't know that there's clarification and issues that
Okay.
additional communication that would help me to change my mind about that. I don't think that this is a specialty court. I think it's a diversion court, and those aren't the same things.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just, I guess echo that as well, but also, one thing I've found through the years is that, most people involved in this process, especially with this group or the different configurations through the years, is, we're all trying to do the best we can to help as many programs and communities as we can. And we've had to make a couple of tough decisions through the years around where to set those lines and boundaries, not so much to exclude people as much as to also make sure that those lines exist so we don't stray too far from what the original intent of what specialty courts are and what we're trying to do. And so I'm all for innovation. I'm all for new things and different approaches and decisions that people make. That's kind of how we ended up here in the first place. But I think at the same time, I'm not seeing this connection. I very much, to me, is a diversionary case management type of process that they've used some elements of the treatment court model. I think, I don't know why, maybe in hopes of getting funding or to qualify or not. I don't really know. I'm not part of those conversations, but I just think that we're, I don't know I don't know what else they can provide me to get there. But the challenge is that the application has got to this point. So I don't know what that means for CJC, but I'm struggling with this application. So
in terms of our process, our job is to just determine eligibility and move it into this primary round, right? Your all's decision to move it forward to a funding round is up to you. So you can make that decision now, or you can make it on July 19th. It's up to, that's why I was asking if it sounds like the answer is no, but I was asking specifically if there was anything feedback wise that you could receive from these applicants that you would maybe want to consider for the funding round. But in terms of our process, it's up to you all. So Rachel, I see do you have a comment?
Just one thing to contemplate. And again, I think the discussion makes some sense given the overall specialty court kind of goals. And I'm wondering, Multnomah County has typically pretty large programs with large populations. Maybe I would say without question, there is a quadrant of individuals that high risk, high need who would meet your specialty court target population. So it sounds to me like maybe untangling those that would be on a different supervision track, as you were describing, versus those who there are target pop people here. So I obviously coming from OJD, would suggest they have an opportunity to address how they're meeting that target population. And while I realize they're maybe have some room for improvement with some of the standards, they're a new program that's pretty to be expected at this point. So I think giving them an opportunity to respond to how they are in fact following that specialty court model makes sense to me from an external perspective.
Kelsey.
Sorry, I guess My concern is that I don't want to set a precedent where, like, me as DA, I can decide for my jurisdiction, we think that everybody who's charged with murder should be able to get a diversion opportunity. I structure a program and then apply for a specialty court grant, saying that this crime or this level of crimes is something that in our jurisdiction we want to do X. That's not, in my opinion, what specialty courts look like or how they're structured, and I'm concerned about it just being too far outside of that. I guess maybe the part of the reason the 4-quadrant thing is a concern to me in that is I'd like to know about maybe, and this maybe answers your question, Rachel, about the specifics, more specifics on who's getting what out of those populations and what percentages aren't getting anything. If you have people in this program that are not engaged in programs that exist elsewhere, or if they're not engaged in treatment, to me, that's kind of a non-starter and probably would kill that conversation for me, but maybe I'm not understanding it in that regard.
No, that's you're understanding it. This is great feedback. I will say to Kelsey to kind of build on that and also build on Rachel's comment. This is something that you all could move to the implementation round as well. This is an option, moving it to the implementation round and then asking them specifically, Kelsey, what you're talking about is to pull out that population in this court that is specific to a specialty court is also an option, right? And so if you want to, not necessarily, sounds as though you don't necessarily want to move this court forward as is, there is an option to ask them in the implementation round to be more specific to address that particular population. That makes it a little bit more in line with what a specialty court is, and may make you all a little bit more comfortable in considering funding. That is also an option. So that kind of gets to your concern, Kelsey, of being able to see what population is getting access to what. So, Joe.
Yeah, I guess if there's any consideration, I guess maybe the implementation place was probably more suitable for this conversation. Just because, like you said, it is a new program and it is something that I think probably is a larger conversation that has at least in my mind, has other factors that I think probably need to be considered and contemplated, larger than about whether or not it's funding. Just systemically, I think it's a larger conversation, and I think it's an important conversation, and I have no problem being part of that and having it if I end up being part of that. But it is definitely, I think this is, out of all the times I've done this, this is one of those moments where I do think some extra time needs to be spent probably discussing this in a broader context and, what this looks like, not just for this program, but any program, and also what moving in a direction like this looks like systemically for the rest of us. I mean, we have a finite amount of resources to be supporting this, and the legislature has been consistently in favor of providing us funding, even though we're always advocating for more, but for these types of services. And I just think there's a lot to discuss that's probably broader than this. And so if the implementation phase is that process and we can get more information in between that, obviously that would be helpful, but it's probably something that's going to need its own meeting.
Okay. Kelsey, are you comfortable with that option of moving them to the implementation round where they can specifically address your concerns along with Joe's concerns about what population is being served and treatment and all of that? Is that a viable option for you?
Our choices are like a yes, a no, or kick it down the road.
Yeah, I mean, Essentially, yeah, so you can move it onto the funding round, this current funding round, you can move it and ask for very specific feedback. It sounds like from what you're telling me, that's not going to be too helpful for you in terms of getting feedback. You can choose not to move it forward, or again, kind of in Joe's thinking and on yours where you were talking about wanting to see specifically what participants are in there. The implementation round would give the applicant as well as you, the grant review committee, as well as CJC staff more time to kind of see what those options are and see and get more information that may be helpful. It doesn't mean in the implementation round that you have to fund, right? It just means that there is an opportunity for everybody to have a little bit more time to get some more information about what this court actually is and to have a conversation. So those are, unless, and that's pretty much, those are the options that we have. So
I'm comfortable with either of those. I would, if we were moving forward today, I would be a no.
Okay.
But if there's an implementation consensus, I would be comfortable with that too. I do have a question too with the 4-quadrant model. And this is just maybe it's off topic, but the 4-quadrant thing, if you are doing any combination of risk and needs, don't you have to have separate tracks to be best practices and in compliance? At least in drug courts and behavioral health courts, that's the situation, but I don't see that as reflected in the standards not met.
Rachel, do you want to comment on that? I'll defer to you on that.
Yes, that is the standard to have folks on a separate track, and I do believe that is in fact the model. They have separate treatment groups for the different populations, separate court hearings, so they are appropriately separated according to R&R principles and best practices for a specialty court.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
So just a reminder of this process, if you all decide to go down the road of the implementation, ultimately, you all can make a funding recommendation or not. The commission is actually going to be the one that decides that funding. And so they'll also hear any sort of protests that are made. The applicant will have the ability to do that. Just want to kind of give all of the context to this process. And so moving it to the implementation round, it sounds like that's what you all are on board to do. The applicant potentially will have the opportunity to protest that. That is a process that I just want to make y'all aware of. And we can deal with that if that is the case, just a little bit more context. It sounds like that is the direction you all are comfortable with. Is that?
I didn't realize that there's like that part of the process. Like, I know you don't need a vote, but I'm going to be a no.
A no in terms of not moving them on at all?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody else have any? I saw Julie give a thumbs up for implementation. So I need Jake and Joe to weigh in simply because we do need a consensus. There's not a vote, but a consensus. Okay. So I got a thumbs up from you all. Kelsey, your comment is noted for sure, and considered. And we will move this on to the implementation round. That will be the feedback. And then we'll, as we kind of approach that process, to Joe's point, we will probably reach out to y'all to get a very good idea of what you need to see from this particular court in order for them to go through the implementation round. Is everybody comfortable with that? Okay. All right. Okay, Jake, I need you to go off camera and stay muted. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So Lake County, they were a little bit below the completion rate, but not by much. Their spending is on track. And so some of the things that we noticed on this one, particularly with standard 1, the staff meetings, court hearings, the frequency of those, and the increase in the policy meetings, that is reflective of potentially a need for a court coordinator. Lake County currently doesn't have one. Not necessarily suggesting the FTE at this point, but maybe a recommendation to leverage their ask to hire a court coordinator. And so there's a little bit more of a prioritization in terms of meeting those specific standards. And then also just increasing training, specifically trauma-informed practices around drug testing, just to make sure that those practices are a little bit less invasive than they currently are. But the big recommendation is that Lake County request funding for a court coordinator. I see a thumbs up from Kelsey and Joe and Julie. Perfect. Okay. Jake, you can come back. Jackson County. Their completion rate was just below the median. They are on track for spending. Some of their recommendations are to screen for substance use disorder prior to entry into the program. Just again, the timing of that, will provide feedback on that. Leverage funding, their funding asked for weekend and holiday testing. This goes back to what we've discussed, increased training, and then stand up an advisory committee as well. Thumbs up from Julie. Any other questions? Okay. Got a thumbs up from Kelsey. All right. Okay, so if you remember way in the beginning of this meeting, we talked specifically about how we had an abbreviated, a standard analysis, and then some additional analysis. So we've moved into the courts that require an additional analysis. So a little bit more information. We do have this slide, and then I have another slide where there's a little bit more detail in terms of spending trends. So this might look a little bit different. We did add the average participation, monthly average participation, as well as their capacity, along with their completion rate. So you have average participation over the past 7 quarters, this biennium, along with participants over time. So you can look at those 2 different ways to analyze participants. And then in terms of spending patterns and trends, Harney County is at 86%. I will note that the majority of that is OJD allocated funds. So specifically the court coordinator and a judge is where most of that spending is coming from. Of the 12,760 funds, they've only spent on indirect costs. That's what they've asked for reimbursement so far. However, they did just recently move 9,100 into travel and training to attend what I'm assuming is the RISE conference, the NADCP conference in June. So a little bit more detail on their spending. They were on provisional status for this cycle for low number of participants. And so as you can see, from the previous slide, it hasn't, it's increased, I think, within the last couple of months, but their completion rate and their average number of participation hasn't really moved over the biennium. So recommendations, increased frequency and participation of staffing and hearings. Again, drug testing is a gap, so leverage funding for that. Increased training and stand up a policy committee. Any comments or questions on Harney County? Joe, just, oh, sorry, go ahead, Joe.
I was just gonna say, this is one of, for some reason I remember as well for the low numbers from last time, because I know we spent quite a bit of time discussing it, and it looks like it didn't really move at all. In fact, maybe got a little worse. Is that fair? Because I think last time it was 3 or 4, and now we're at 2.
Yeah. I will say, just the only thing to note on that is we did measure it differently last time, and so I don't know that it's a direct comparison. But yes, it's about the same as I think what we could say. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess question I have probably for CJC and OJD is at what point is operating a program not I don't know how to put it, but it's not efficient or not effective in the sense of, I mean, because if you're averaging 2, then that means you sometimes have 1 or 0, or you have maybe 3. So I guess I'm trying to get a sense of, if we're spending money to help support this, how does that all work, or do they operate one? Do they not operate one? So it's more of I guess maybe a question of you in terms of, should we operate programs with 2 or people?
Jake, did you have something to add to, oh, sorry, just before Jake, did you have something to add to that, or are you going in a different direction?
No, I was gonna talk about the participant level and the funding. It says 86% of the spending is done. And I remember Harney because I know we talked about it the last time we reviewed them 2 years ago, and they were asking for a full-time judge. So I'm wondering, is 80%, 86% of their funding, is that going towards most of it going towards their judge? And is this just a Harney County, or did they bring in Grant County as well? Because I remember that was part of the conversation as well.
Yeah, so great questions. Just let me clarify, the 86% is a projection, but this is how much they're gonna have spent by the end of the biennium. So, but yes, the majority, you all did fund a judge. It was not at full-time, it was not a 1.0 FTE, as well as a coordinator. So the majority of the funds that have been spent in this biennium, this current biennium, have been the travel costs for the judge to go in between Harney and Grant, because it's the 24th judicial district, so it does include Harney and Grant County, and the coordinator in both counties. So I don't know if that answers your question, but yes, it does include all of the Grant and Harney County, and then the majority of the spending for this biennium has been on both the judge and the coordinator. So Joe, to get to your question, I mean, that is a great question. I don't know if there is a specific answer to it. I think if I remember correctly, last time in the grant cycle, we had this exact conversation around the provisional status as well and the low participants. And so I think for you all, it's whether or not this is a conversation to continue, or consider, when we see funding requests, and see what they're actually asking for. Again, we're trying to make sure that the funding request reflects their operational cost appropriately. And so it might be something that provides a little bit more context once we see the overall request from this particular court. I don't know if that will be helpful, but it might add a little bit of context to what they're asking for versus how many people are in a court, and whether or not that's going to change. So, Jake.
Yeah, so you mentioned that this was travel for the judge and the coordinator between Grant and Harney. So is this a grant? I know it's the 24th Judicial District, so I know they share the same pro temp judge for the drug court. Do they have a drug court in Grant County as well that they're utilizing the judge and this funding for, or are they using some of this funding for this adult drug court for their family court as well? Because I know they have a family court that also, I believe, encompasses Grant County.
They do. The judge is funded for both courts. So they receive funding from the family treatment court to fund the judge, as well as from the drug court to fund the judge. Was that what you asked? I just want to make sure. Does that answer your question?
But if this is a Harney County adult drug court, why are we spending? I mean, how are they spending money for the judge to travel between Grant and Harney? I know she lives in Grant County, but how does that affect their spending? I don't understand. If it's a Harney County adult drug court, why are we paying? How are they spending money for the judge to travel to Grant County?
Yeah, that's a great question. So just specifically because the applicant is Harney County, it's who we provide funds to, we call it Harney County. It does include Grant County as well. It's just a way for us to name where those funds are going, if that makes sense. So it's kind of just an operational thing for CJC to keep track of what county funds are supposed to go to. So we refer to it as Harney County. It's Harney Grant County. It's that entire judicial district. So
sure, I knew that, but I also, and that does answer one of my questions. My follow-up question was, when they were going to do the drug court in Grant County, they were going to morph this under one application. And if I remember correctly, we asked the Grant County program to come up in the implementation round. And they
Correct.
chose not, I believe they chose not to do that. They chose to do the family court instead. If my
That's
memory
correct.
is correct.
Yeah, that's correct. So yes, so the last time that it occurred, they came in as Harney Grant County. So same thing that is occurring now. And the GRC told them to separate Grant County, granted funding to Harney County, told them to separate the Grant County adult drug court. And instead they did a family treatment court, which the GRC also funded. So it's funds not for Harney County and Grant County separately. It's funds for the 24th Judicial District. We call it Harney County simply because that's the county that takes the funds.
Sure. Thank you.
Yep. Joe, did that help you at all? I know that was kind of a non-answer.
I mean, yes and no. Part of the reason I'm asking is like, if we're on provisional funding for JRI, for example, then it's like, you need to meet these standards or do this, or you're not going to be funded necessarily. So, so that's why part of why I was asking is if we're saying like you're on provisional funding and you need to increase your participant level, and then they don't increase their participant level at all. And if we are averaging 2 people, I mean, are these 2 people in Grant County? Are these 2 people in Harney County? And it starts to become a little, it's one of those questions that's really tough, especially a rural community that, is trying to do something, but at the same time, if it's going to come down to, I think, the funding part of it when we start comparing the resources, with the number of people being served, plus also what other resources are receiving and how much time is actually being spent doing this work. So it's probably more of a budgetary conversation as well. But that's why I wanted to ask it up front was, if we had an application that said, they've had 0 people in the last, 3 months, is the idea we're not going to move that application forward. We've never really been in this position quite this way, that it's consistently been this low. And so I think it is something that just at least internally, we probably need to be having some conversation around, is there a threshold where we say like, you're not really operational anymore at some level. So
Yeah.
move it. I would move it forward just the funding level because I think that's going to sort itself out for us. So that's just my
Okay.
opinion.
And also, just to add to that as well, you do have an option with the funding, the provisional status. You can hold, like, very similar to JRI. You are able to set that and say, if you don't meet it by this particular, this threshold by this particular time, funding goes away. So that is an option in the funding round for you all to consider when we get there. So Rachel, did you have a comment? Sorry.
Just to the comments around the numbers themselves, I just wanted to point out that graph of participants over time shows their current census. I mean, I still realize that this is a low number, but is actually at 6. The average monthly over that 7 quarters was because they started a lot lower. They actually even had a bit of a spike. Thanks for going back to that. So yes, there is no disputing that we still, all the conversation is appropriate, but I did want to call out, they're up to 6 people at this point.
So thank you, Rachel, for that context. So from what I'm hearing, okay, Joe, so we move them forward and kind of have this conversation once we see the request. Do you have any specific feedback to the applicant in terms of what that request should look like? And what I mean by that is like reflective of current operational costs, that kind of language. Or do you just want to see what they submit and go from there?
I'd rather just wait to see what they submit.
Okay.
But that's just my opinion.
I agree with Joe, because they may like submit funding for, what their current population looks like, not what their capacity is. So that would be what I would want to see.
Okay. So these recommendations are okay. And then we will make note that we're going to consider the participation, the provisional issue when we get to the funding round. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, I saw a thumbs up. Okay, perfect. Okay. Moving on. Okay. So Jefferson County, again, we provided a little bit more information. Completion rate is at 20%. Again, the median is at 44, so they are a little bit lower. And then their average participation over monthly participation is 15 with their capacity at 24. So a little bit more information. Also, their participation over time is also available, and their score is in the mid-30s. And then, so spending patterns and trends, again, the projection is that they're going to spend about 86% of their funds by the end of this biennium. 99%, excuse me, of their drug testing funds have not been spent. I think they have spent a little bit less than $200 on drug testing. And so that's currently money that just hasn't been spent. And so some recommendations from CJC, they did miss standard 1, so it's the increase of frequency of staffing and hearings, and then the use of SCMS. This is something that I think that they're struggling with, not just in terms of increasing the use, but the use in general, to focus on drug testing overall, just to be able to meet that standard, and then increase the frequency of advisory committee meetings. So just to clarify, they are having staffing and hearings. It's just to increase the frequency of those. So they do have people attending. Their attendance rate is 100%. It's just the frequency of those needs to be increased. I see a thumbs up from Joe. Any other comments? Okay, perfect. Okay, so Malheur, this is the first time that they are an existing court. This is the first time that this particular court is asking for CJC funding. And so a couple of things that are a little bit different on this particular slide. I did not add participation over time simply because it was not a requirement of them from CJC. There wasn't an expectation. And so we didn't include it. We just kind of wanted to be fair on that. So their completion rate is a little bit lower than the median. Same with participation and capacity. One of the things that they very, very specifically asked for in their application was training, an increase in training. And so we did include that as a recommendation, specifically said we need CJC funds to support that. Increase the frequency of staffing and hearings. Again, this is the same as the one we just talked about. It's not necessarily attendance, it is just how often they have them. Drug testing on weekends and holidays, leverage funds for those, and then also standing up a policy and advisory committee. And so all of these recommendations are just an effort to get this particular court in line with adherence to standards, but also kind of CJC's expectation of what that looks like. So. And any questions on this? There's only one slide on this particular court.
Why is this the first time they're applying?
That's a good question. I don't know that. I don't know why. I think they didn't indicate why they hadn't in the past on their application, but they were very specific about needing funds for training, I think was their big priority. So. Any questions on this? I got a thumbs up from Joe in terms of this court. Okay. Jake, are you good with this one? Are you frozen, Jake? Oh, there's a thumbs up. Okay, perfect. Okay, Umatilla County, this is the last two slides that we have for drug court, and then we'll move into mental health court. So from a timing perspective, we're doing pretty well. When we get done with this, if you all want a break, we can take one before we start mental health, and then lunch will be in a little bit. So okay, so Umatilla, their score was a 33. Their completion rate was 19, a little bit lower than the median of 44%. So that is something to consider, along with their average participation of 18 with a capacity of 34. Again, we did provide participation or participants over time. And then spending patterns and trends, they're projected to spend 91% of their funds. I will say something that it was very forward thinking of them. They had a very, I want to say they had over about 300,000 in contractual that was awarded to them last biennium. And they realized very quickly that they were not going to be able to spend it in that particular category. And so they moved over 200,000 into personnel in an effort to spend down funds. And so even allocated some of that to OJD in particular so that they could spend those funds down. And so they have been able to do that. So that was a good kind of forward thinking, creative way to use the funds that their treatment provider had changed and kind of their process. And so they recognized that and moved funds. They will have about 70,000 projected, about 70,000 overall in unspent funds. And so some recommendations is a written objective eligibility criteria, using a validated risk assessment tool before entering the program. So we can provide that feedback. Again, an issue with weekend drug testing, an increase in trainings, making sure that that's on par, and then standing up an advisory committee.
I have a question.
Yep.
On their application, they have a judge listed that is not one of their circuit court judges.
In what context? Can you?
I mean, there's our treatment court judge, Judge Marcos.
Okay, is that not their, I don't know.
That's not a circuit court judge in Umatilla County.
Okay.
I'm just curious who that is.
Um,
because that would be a different like structure. I don't know if it matters, but
I have no, Rachel, do you have context on that? I'm sorry.
I was hoping you told me the answer.
Go ahead.
Danielle was hopping on too. Danielle, jump in if I misspeak on this, but so I want to say it's a pro tem judge, maybe Plan B, but it's, I think, a pro tem judge. They are in fact operating within the circuit court. It's a circuit court program. They just probably aren't on the bench in Umatilla outside of for the specialty court itself.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Questions?
I think it'll be interesting to see how, if they adjust their, funding ask at, when it comes down to that time.
Are you talking about because of the adjustment they made for treatment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any specific feedback for that, or is that just something that you want us to flag for you all to look at when they submit their request?
Yeah, just something to note, I think.
Okay, we can do that.
Well, I do know, I want to say it's been within the last year or so, or maybe at the beginning of this program, Umatilla County, because we're rural frontier counties, we talk about treatment issues, whether it be sex offender batters or SUD. I know they left the Umatilla County Alcohol and Drug Mental Health Program and just went to CCNS, which is, I don't know the acronym, but it's a private, it's a private treatment program that's also hosted in Morrow County and some of the northern frontier counties. So I'd be interested to know how they're paying for treatment, or if they're using it as a global under their grant and aid dollars, since they moved $200,000 from treatment to personnel. It could be a global thing right now. So yeah, I'll be interested to see how their budget comes together, especially for the treatment piece and how they're paying for that.
Okay, we can definitely flag that on our end to bring up to you all. Okay, so we are done with the drug court portion. Mental health court is next. Is a 5-minute, 10-minute break. Does that sound good? Let's do a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and get through what we can of mental health court before lunch. So awesome. See you back in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, y'all, let me get on the correct slide and we will get going. Is Julie back? She coming back? And then also, is Rachel back? Not yet. Okay. There's Rachel. Just waiting on Julie. So Rachel, we have just the 2 slides on mental health, or 3 slides on mental health court. Okay, just a quick note, we are scheduled for lunch at noon. Is everybody good with going until about 12:15, and so we can get like an hour of mental health court in before we break for lunch? Is everybody cool with that? I see a thumbs up from Julie. Instead of breaking again in about 40 minutes, we'll just break in an hour. Everybody's good with that? Okay, we're gonna do it. All right, where is Jake? Did he disappear? Okay. Rachel, let's get going on this and then hopefully Jake will come back before we get to the courts, if you're good with that.
Yep, sounds great. Okay, so some themes that we've seen from our mental health court programs. First and foremost, you'll notice once we get to the next slide, which we're not ready for yet, but when we get there, it's the only court type where we actually saw an increase in census, and we wanted to explain that. Statewide, I think I'm probably preaching to a group of people who are abundantly familiar with the aid and assist crisis, the lack of behavioral health resources available. And so there is I think, an extra layer of attention, pressure, stress on the behavioral health impacted population, and mental health courts are oftentimes kind of trying to be used as a piece of the continuum of care. They're also having their own struggles related to access to resources, again, because that's a statewide issue with this focus on aid and assist. But so when you see the increase in census for mental health courts, I just want to link together. We saw actually an increase in the presence of mental health courts. Several got stood up over the last 2 years. So naturally, there would be an increase in census on that basis. And something else to note when you're looking at the trends on adherence to standards, that creation and integration of treatment plans for co-occurring needs can look a little bit different. It's pretty prescriptive in the SUD world. We're following the ASAM criteria, combined with DSM. And when you're looking at co-occurring and or behavioral health needs, that can be a lot more individualized. And if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide, some of that relates to there's a higher emphasis on client volition. The severity of mental health needs for that population is oftentimes quite high. And so prioritizing what to focus on, it looks a lot more individualized. So where there's some gaps in meeting best practices, and I still think there's room for improvement, it is, I think, somewhat just inherent and explained by the model itself that we can do some work to coach around. And another area, I know in previous GRCs, we had lots of conversations about meeting the best practices related to drug testing. We pulled this right from the specialty court standards, that the expectation for who gets drug tested at your standard frequency is specific to those who actually have a diagnosed substance use disorder. Those who do not are tested on a random basis, not necessarily to the same frequency or threshold as you'd see in your standard drug court program, for example. And so just reflective over time with that population trend, you can see that participants over time has actually increased by 41%. So good timing to have more mental health courts when we're also in a mental health crisis as a state, that these are more available to folks, and we are seeing a substantial increase in need for those programs. And that's everything.
Perfect. Thank you, Rachel. Okay, so we're going to go through the same process that we just did with drug courts. One note on what Rachel was talking about, specific, those kind of differences within standards. Part of our analysis took that into consideration. Okay, and so in terms of standards missed or standards met, we consider those differences between mental health courts and drug courts in terms of adherence to standards. So this is the distribution. Again, kind of what we expected. The majority of courts are going to get a standard analysis. And so the slides in terms of information will look the same as they did for drug courts as we move through this. So Clackamas County Mental Health Courts, they missed on one standard. It was standard 5, specifically their I think it was their sobriety, their days drug-free. And so basically the recommendation from CJC staff is just to continue with their current operational costs. It's a high score. See a thumbs up? I don't know where Jake went. Is he still here? There you are. Okay, cool. I just had to make sure you're still in the meeting, Jake. Okay. Okay, so this is more of a standard analysis with this information. So Douglas County got got a high score. They are above their completion rate. The median completion rate for mental health courts is 55%, and so they were above that. Also with their spending, they're on track to spend about 81%. That's projected. And so the CJC recommendations is to integrate and share treatment plan and stand up an advisory committee. Any questions or comments on Douglas County? Got a thumbs up from Julie. Oh, Jake has a question. Go ahead.
I'm assuming their advisory committee for the mental health court could double as their advisory committee for their specialty court, their drug court, because I think that was one thing that was mentioned in their drug court review as well.
Yes,
it could be shared.
Yes. As long as it meets the need of the mental health court, I know that this is an issue that, yeah, very similar issue that their drug court had as well. So very similar recommendations for both courts.
Thank you.
So I saw a thumbs up from Julie. I need a few more before we can move on to the next one. Okay. And Kelsey, this is your turn again to go off camera. Is Joe still here, or did he? I just need to make sure there we go. Just maintaining quorum, that's all.
I just went off camera because it was Douglas.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. So Union County also had a high score. Their completion rate is below the median, so this is some feedback that we can provide. They're projected to spend about 78% of their funds. Again, their CJC recommendations is to increase their training and then focus on completion rates. Thumbs up from Joe. Okay, perfect. All right, Kelsey, you can come back on camera. Lane County Mental Health Court also has a high score. Their completion rate is over the median. They are on track to spend most of their funds. And CJC recommendations for this is to integrate and share treatment plans. Very similar. We've seen this before and increased training as well. Any comments, questions? See a thumbs up from Julie. Okay, perfect. So Marion County Mental Health Court also has a high score. Their completion rate is a little bit lower than the median. Also on track to spend most of their funds. So the recommendation is to review their disqualifies for eligibility. There were a couple questions on that, as well as focus on their completion rate. So the standard number 2 is that disqualifiers for eligibility, similar to their drug court. Thumbs up from a couple of you. I need one more. Perfect. Okay. Julie, this is your turn to go off camera. Perfect. So Columbia County also had a high score. Completion rate is at the median. Their spending is projected to be about 87%. The recommendations from CJC staff is to leverage funding to ask for weekend drug testing and also an increase in training. Got a thumbs up from Joe. And okay, perfect. All right, Julie, you can come back. Clatsop County Mental Health Courts, their completion rate is just a little bit below the median. Their spending is about 82%. And so some of the recommendations is to establish a graduation requirement. I think that's supposed to say or employment or school, and then increase the frequency of policy committee meetings. So again, they do have one, they're just not meeting frequently enough. Any questions on this one? I see a thumbs up from Kelsey. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so Lincoln County Mental Health, their completion rate is a little bit below the median. Their spending is it's projected to be at about 66%. And one of the CJC recommendation is to increase the frequency of policy committee meetings. We can also, very similarly, it's not on here, is to provide feedback regarding their completion rate as well. Comments, questions? Joe.
It's real quick on this one. Well, two things. One, a comment. It's nice to see the scoring kind of, I guess, lining up with I felt like when I was reviewing the mental health court applications, I was like, well, these are actually, they just seemed clearer maybe to me, or as I was going through them, they just, and I don't know, they seemed to, I had less questions about them. And I felt like, maybe it's just late at night and I'm not doing a very good job reviewing them, but the scoring that you guys have seems to support that their applications, are actually, were pretty well done, at least to the point where we've got right now. So, so kudos to your staff for that. But two, what's number 4 on this one in terms of the continuum for alcohol and drug and other related treatment services? I'm drawing a blank on that one from the application review. Can you refresh?
Yeah, so this one is, we flagged this just simply because of in the application, they indicated their use of incarceration was a little higher. And so for us, it's just to provide feedback that to be used in smaller increments. So it's nothing in terms of process or procedure with relation to drug testing. It's just that particular flag. So. All right, thumbs up from Joe. Okay. We can move on. Kelsey, are you still in here? You don't have to be on camera. I just need to know that you don't move. I just need to, or don't leave the meeting, maintain quorum. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so Klamath County Mental Health Court, they were on provisional status for this current biennium. The issues there were drug testing, graduation requirements and an advisory committee. And so the CJC recommendations are, again, graduation requirement of employment or school, integrate and share treatment plans, increase the use of SCMS to make sure that it's the data entry is happening, and then also stand up an advisory committee. So again, very similar to the drug court for Klamath County, still working to address some of those issues that they had this particular current biennium, which is why they're on provisional status. Julie.
Yeah, so I see that's still marked on here. Number 5 as not met. Do we know more information about if they are working towards a plan? Do they indicate that? I'm looking at the application, but I haven't got to that part yet. I'm just wondering if anyone knows off the top of their head. That's improved for them, or?
Are you talking about standard 5?
Yeah, because you said they were on provisional status because of frequency of drug testing, correct?
Yeah, so the issue,
Okay.
that's a great question. The issue here is not necessarily that issue. It's
Okay.
more or less connected to the use of SCMS. And so
got
we
it.
flagged that as well. So yes, so thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
Any questions or comments? Got a thumbs up from Joe. I'm not sure where Jake went. I needed a thumbs up from Julie. Kelsey, can you give me a thumbs up? You don't have to be on camera. I just need to know that. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, Josephine County Mental Health Court. Again, I don't have the participant trends over time. It was not provided to us, so just a note on that. Completion rate is over the median. They're projected to spend about 65% of their funds. CJC recommendations is to integrate and share a treatment plan, leverage funding for weekend and holiday testing, increase the use of SCMS, and then increase training. Joe.
So can you help me understand the increase in use of SCMS?
Yeah, so it's mostly flagged. We've just kind of recognized that there is a need for them to work with their team, right? Because there are other team members that are supposed to be entering data. And so it's an overall just increasing data entry, right? And so one of the challenges that some courts have is getting their specialty court team providers, all of those kind of different people outside of the court coordinator to enter data. And so it's just feedback for them to continue to increase data entry, specifically for CJC's interest, because our quantitative analysis of these applications is going to increase. And so we want to provide this feedback now. And so as we go through this upcoming biennium, we can continue to pull data from SCMS, more of it, and make sure that it's accurate. And so that's kind of what we mean by it, is get other team members on board in entering SCMS data.
So just, I guess, a follow up to that, it's kind of what I was gathering a little bit. I mean, we've been doing this a long time. So I guess I'm a little confused why there's any, it seems like anyone who's part of the program, including community partners to it or whatever, just should be entering the data. So I guess, is it an access issue or just people not or choosing not to? And part of the reason I say that is, we have the system specifically for us to be able to capture not just local data, but state data. And if people are choosing, to not make it a priority and directly are impacting the work that, treatment courts are doing in the state, you know, that seems to me like that should factor into, you know, how we consider our applications. So.
Yes, all of that is, so part of it is a bandwidth issue that we recognize that some, or capacity issue, I think, with some specialty court teams, and being able to enter data in a timely manner. We definitely recognize that. It's also our attempt to, like in the beginning, what Rachel was talking about, how we're wanting to look at evaluation, we want to look at data priorities. We are in partnership with OJD to kind of make sure that that messaging continues. And there is a prioritization of that data in terms of statewide, local, all of those things. And so this is our attempt to I guess, formally establish that expectation and have that baseline of data collection, and make this program more of a quantitative analysis rather than a qualitative one. And so, yes, there is an expectation, and there has been in the past some reluctance to enter data. And I think this is the first time CJC at least has set that expectation that it continue. And so that's the feedback that we're going to be providing to them. Rachel, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, if you don't mind, the utility of SCMS for me is really threefold. One is the secure information sharing across team members in a more immediate type of way. The ideal of that everybody's getting flagged of what's going on with people in between court sessions, not just prior to. Of course, the data housing for tracking how your programs are doing, that statewide work that obviously we want to partner with CJC on. But I want to say one of the pieces for the recommendations, if I'm remembering correctly, is it's actually really specific to drug testing, and that some programs weren't actually getting drug testing results into SCMS. And that is a fundamental challenge in actually being able to address substance use as swiftly and appropriately as possible per best practices. So just foundationally, that's kind of the SCMS like utility from our perspective. And for everybody's benefit, we have a specific person at OJD now who his entire role is really helping the programs improve their data integrity, what's getting added. We have a list of what priorities, areas to focus on that have been established in partnership with CJC, so that, like Rachel said, 2 years from now, we're in a very different situation. But Joe, I've been around long enough to know exactly what you said to be true. Like, this is not a new discussion, but when SCMS launched, it was right before COVID happened. And I think that just the onboarding, getting everybody settled into this took a little longer than we kind of expected. And then that actual kind of local dynamic of getting your team members to do it is much easier said than done in some locations. And that ultimately ends up falling on the coordinator to problem solve. But it's a complicated, really important issue that I think is really high on everybody's list, because we do want to have, like Rachel said, those clear quantitative measures of how our programs are performing, and hope to have that by the next biennium.
Thank you, Rachel. Does that help out, Joe?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? I see a thumbs up from Joe and Josephine. Any other ones? Okay, perfect. Okay, Yamhill County Mental Health Courts. Completion rate is right at the median. They are going to be spending all of their funds. It's projected and expected that they will. This is also a court that is on provisional for the 21-23 cycle. So currently, and the CJC recommendations is to increase frequency of staffing and hearings. Again, it's not an attendance issue. It's just the amount of times that they have them. Integrate and share treatment plan, leverage funding, the funding asked for weekend and holiday testing, stand up an advisory committee, and use SCMS. One of the things that I do want to note, just for context, specifically for drug testing, it was an issue, which is why they were put on provisional status initially. There was a defense attorney who was in who, as they put it in their application, took an adversarial position against the judge, treatment, particularly drug testing for mental health participants, and has since resigned. And so for an entire year that they were on provisional, they kind of dealt with this specific barrier, and they have since made progress in fixing this particular issue that they've been having for the implementation of drug testing. So I just wanted to note that they're still having, they still kind of have that barrier with drug testing, but they have made strides to change that process, as well as they now have team members that are on board with drug testing and that process. So. Any questions about this? See a thumbs up from Jake. Anybody else? There's Kelsey. I need one more. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Okay, so again, just along the lines of how the analysis went, this is a little bit, this court and specifically is going to receive a little bit of additional analysis. And so we do have a second slide where we'll get into a little bit of detail on spending. We also included average participation, monthly participation, and capacity. So their completion rate is on par with the median. Average participation monthly was 84 with a capacity of 80. And then obviously you can see the participants over time. For spending patterns and trends, their spending is projected to be at 51%. And so it's projected that only about 33% of contractual personnel funds will be spent by the end of this biennium, and 100% of participant supports will remain unspent. So just a little bit more detail in terms of where that spending projection is coming from. For this particular court, CJC recommendations, individualized treatment plans are needed. Drug testing for those that don't have an SUD needs to be implemented, graduation requirements for participants, and then also to stand up an advisory committee. Questions, comments?
I guess just one comment is I'm assuming, so like this is a good example. So these are the recommendations you have. After this meeting, then you're going to go talk to these courts or provide this directly to the courts.
Correct.
And so, and then we'll see that. And then part of our report on the budgetary stuff, will you be sharing that with us? Or are we just reviewing the budget part of it as long as we're moving forward on this with the understanding that you're having these conversations and so is OJD and helping these courts move forward?
Oh, no, we'll be providing the feedback that you, yes. So you'll get an indication of what feedback the grant review committee provided to the applicant and their response to it in the funding request, for sure.
Perfect.
Yes,
that
those
helps.
Yes, we simply under the idea that we want them to align their funding request with adherence to standards, right? And so you will definitely get that information. For sure.
All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so I see a thumbs up from Joe and Julie. Okay, perfect. So Tillamook County, again, a little bit of an additional analysis on Tillamook. Completion is a little bit under the median with an average participation. Over monthly is here as well as their capacity. Just a note, they are one of the few courts that does have missing documents. They do have an MOU in progress and they anticipate that they will be submitting that with the final application. They'll have the ability to do that with the final application. So just wanted to note that. Also, the graph of participants over time. Some of their spending patterns and trends projected to spend about 87%, with about 25,000 left over at the end of this biennium. Some of the recommendations from CJC staff is to integrate and share treatment plans, use a validated risk tool, and the development of different tracks. And this is simply to address high risk, high need versus low risk and low need not being in the same space and getting the same access to treatment. Drug testing for those with substance use disorder, implementing graduation requirements, and then an increase in training. Any questions on Tillamook? See a thumbs up from Julie and Joe. Can I get one more? Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay. So we are actually done with mental health courts. And you all are doing a fantastic job this morning. We could actually take a break now, take lunch now. We have family treatment court, juvenile treatment courts, and then veterans and DUI. That is all that we have left. And so if y'all want, we could take a bit of a long, we will absolutely get done today. 100% we will get done today. If you'd like, we have a little bit of time kind of built in. We originally had about 30 minutes of lunch. If y'all want, we could come back around like 12:45 or so, give you close to an hour lunch. Is everybody good? Or we could come back at 1 if you want. What do you all want to do? You tell me. Is there a time you'd like to come back?
The sooner we can get through, the better. But if other people have stuff to do, I'm open to whatever. So
Okay.
I can be back at 12:30, ready to go, or longer. But
Is everybody okay with 12:30? We can just keep it as give you an extra 10 minutes and 12. Okay, cool. All right, we will be back at 12:30 and we'll get through the rest of the courts this afternoon. See you in a bit. Okay, y'all, I thought I saw Julie and Kelsey. I know. RJ's also on here. There we go. Okay, we're all back. All right, so we're moving on from mental health court to family treatment court. And so I'm gonna turn it over to Rachel to just kind of introduce differences and considerations with family treatment court.
Thanks, Rachel. So family treatment courts, we call FTCs when we're abbreviating. So it's the newest type of specialty court that we have. And that's important to recognize in part because completion rates may look a little bit lower than some other program types. And a lot of the programs are brand new or pretty spanking new. And so just the ability that people have had to move all the way through the program may look a little bit different. But that's also related to how we measure success. So FTCs are pretty substantially different than some of the criminal courts, and that the goal is family reunification. Probably the biggest measure that the national folks give advice to is that the children being returned to care is really your success, not necessarily graduation from the FTC. And that's not a nuance that we've worked through in the data options yet. So we don't have something really great to report as far as other measures of success yet. But if you're wondering why that completion rate looks low, that is the reason. The newness of the programs combined with just how do we define success. That's also something that means we have some work to do at the state level of how programs are structured so that graduation hopefully aligns with really what is our ultimate goal here. So other distinctions in the model to be attentive to, this is the dependency involved population. So those that have actual dependency petitions related to child welfare, not necessarily criminal justice. Certainly some may have criminal charges, but that's not a requirement because this is a family reunification process. And because of that, we're not using a risk assessment tool like you'd see in a standard criminal docket that's looking at risk for recidivism or future crimes or failure on supervision. This is actually risk for future child welfare involvement. And so just a lot of things, the concept applies, but how it operationalizes looks substantially different. We talked about the emphasis on family reunification. And another thing to be knowledgeable out with FTCs, dependency cases have a lot of parties in them, and there's attorneys for several different parties. So you'll end up with more attorney participation because of all of the expanded parties that are involved in those cases. And participants over time, not too dissimilar to some of our other program types. There's been a little bit of a decline in the overall amount of referrals. Certainly COVID and the lack of child welfare calls, I'm sure had an impact on that for a period of time. So we saw from 2020 to now that there was a decline of 16%, but also notice that we are back on that upward trend and getting closer to the numbers we started at in 2020. So I think that's all for FTCs.
Perfect. Thank you, Rachel. Okay, so this is where this is the distribution for family treatment courts. Again, pretty similar. The majority of the courts are in the middle for standard analysis. So for Lincoln County, they have a pretty high score. And so recommendation for CJC staff recommendation for Lincoln County is to continue with current operational costs. I do want to just make note there is a caveat with that. They are a new court, and so they've only been in operation for about 18 months. And so their operational cost going into this grant to continue to grow and to continue to meet standards will be a little bit higher than it was last time. And so just that is just a little bit of a difference between other court types that we've gone over with this similar analysis. We expect their ask to be just a little bit higher because as an implementation court, they only asked for very specific things. So. Got a thumbs up from Joe. All right. Okay, so moving on to Marion County, also got a high score. Their completion rate is about 15%. The average for family treatment courts was 27. I'm sorry, the median, not the average, was 27%. So just a little bit lower, kind of in line with what Rachel was just talking about. They are expected to spend their funds for this biennium. And also there is participants over time that you all can look at. And then recommendations from CJC staff is to focus on completion rate and engaging participants, and then increase advisory committee meetings. And that specifically is frequency. Okay, I see some consensus that this is okay. Perfect. Okay. All right, Columbia, Julie, this is the last time. Julie's got it. Okay, so Columbia also had a high score. Their completion rate was 45%, so it is over the median completion rate for family treatment courts. They expect, the projection is that they'll spend about 81% of their funds. And recommendations are to leverage funding requests for holiday drug testing, and develop an onboarding process and increase training specifically for new hires. Any questions or comments on Columbia County? Okay, seeing movement to move forward with this. Okay, perfect. Lynn County Family Treatment Court also has a high score. Their completion rate is over, welcome back, Julie. The median for family treatment courts, they are also expected to spend most of their funds for this current biennium. CJC recommendations is to increase attendance at staffing and hearings, leverage funding, their funding asked to get weekend testing, and then to stand up an advisory board. And the attendance, just to kind of, this is the actual attendance, they're at about 80% attendance for staffing and hearings. Any questions?
We anticipate that going up.
I'm sorry, Joe, what'd you say?
The attendance, we anticipate that going up.
Yes, that will be something that we give them feedback on for the need to increase attendance. Absolutely. Okay. See a couple of thumbs up. I need a few more. Okay, perfect. So Harney County Family Treatment Court, this is one of the courts that it will be getting a bit of additional analysis. So there is another slide. Again, we added average participation, monthly participation, as well as capacity. Their completion rate is 0%. Just a reminder, this is also a new court, and so they've only been in operation for 18 months. So that is some context behind their completion percentage. And then also down below the standards is participants over time. Spending is expected, projected that they'll spend about 73% of their funds. And of the 37,000 of participant support funds, about 11% of that will be spent. This is also, with the spending, the majority of this is the OJD allocated funds for the court coordinator and the judge as well. And so CJC recommendations is to increase attendance and staffing and hearings, stand up a policy committee, and then where it's feasible or appropriate to increase the use of WebEx between the two counties, Grant and Harney County, within the judicial district. Any questions on Harney County?
How long has this program been in existence? Was it just last biennium?
Yeah, 18 months. Yeah,
Okay,
they're new.
thank you.
Yep. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, just how many people do they have in the program?
It looked like 9. Is that 8 or 9?
I think that's 8.
As of January, it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, with an average monthly participation of 5. So it has been steadily increasing as they've managed to get off the ground. Okay, I see a few nodding heads, thumbs up that we can move on with these recommendations. Coos County Family Treatment Court. They also are a new court. They've been in operation for 18 months. The average participation monthly is 2. And their capacity is 15. Their completion rate is not available just simply because for a long time they didn't have participants. They struggled with getting participants. This is because they had a member of their specialty court team, particularly one who was involved in deciding who was eligible or not eligible, that didn't agree with referring them to this particular program because they felt it was too long. And so Coos County has made adjustments to their eligibility process to kind of counteract this resistance. And so they're working towards getting more and more participants in as it continues. And so that's why for a while they did not have any participants, but they have slowly but surely increased their participation, and they expect to continue to do so. So they have addressed that particular issue. So for spending, they're going to be about 38% projection on spending. Most of that is because they didn't spend any county funds, simply because they didn't have participants, and so they didn't need to use county funds on participants. So I will say also, Coos County for the last biennium, the last grant cycle, was the only family treatment court that was fully funded because they just asked for county funds, other participant supports, and then a coordinator, not at 1.0 FTE, but I think it was 0.5 FTE. And so they have addressed, or they're attempting to continue to address those barriers that they've had. And so recommendation is leverage funding to ask to focus on drug testing enhancements, to share an integrated treatment plan, increase training, and increase policy meetings. Jake.
So they're projected to spend 38% of their funding, so the remaining 62% goes back.
It would, correct. And remember, this is, it's just a projection. So we've not seen Q8 yet. So we're not sure, but this is what we think they'll spend.
So if some of those courts in the other tracks, the drug court or mental health court, if they're projected to spend their 100% of their funding right now, and there's still a month left in this biennium, are they able to are we able to divvy up some of that money that they're not going to spend? So in a sense, we're not giving it back and showing that, yeah, we need $1 million, but we only spent 500,000, so we don't only fund us at 500.
Yeah, so the projections are the same across this whole analysis. The projections are the same, and so the ones that are projected to spend 100% are expected to spend 100% at the end of Q8. So they haven't spent 100% now, but that's the projection. So they're in line with, everybody is in line with the same, and the same amount of spending, and length of time for spending. So
okay. So there's really no way to make up that spending.
Like I said, we haven't seen Q8 from Coos County, so something could have changed. They have made changes to their program. This is just based on kind of past spending, what we think may happen, there could be a difference. They do have participants now. They have kind of addressed those barriers for getting people in and getting referrals. And so we don't actually, that's why it's a projection. We are not sure until we get their last quarter of spending in.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Anybody else have a comment or a question on Coos County? Okay, can I move on? Is everybody good with these recommendations? Okay. That's it for family treatment courts. And so if Rachel is available, just real fast, we're gonna go over juvenile drug treatment courts. Go ahead, Rachel.
Thanks. So the target population here, I think everybody knows this, but it is young people involved in the delinquency system. So they're referred for having committed crimes prior to turning 18. And thematically, what we've seen in our JDTCs is they generally have a little bit of a lower capacity in census than some of the adult programs, although they are on par with some of the smaller adult programs. I would note the completion rate for them overall is not super thrilling. There is not necessarily a target for JDTCs to work with like we have for adult drug courts. There's an actual target measure that we strive for, but we know that's something that we want to be paying attention to, and hopefully targeting the standards specifically will help us with that. Something that is viable for the group to know, and hopefully will have some benefit related to completion rates, is there's actually a pilot working with NEDCP right now to embed recovery capital principles into program structure. So other ways to target risk factors, increase protective factors, and hopefully lead to more successes in people leaving the program on positive terms. Some other distinctions in the model. There's a really high emphasis on family engagement. While we know that's important for pretty much all of the treatment court types, as you can imagine, serving adolescents, their parents, and or chosen family are absolutely critical in their success. They're engaged in a much, much more intensive way than your average adult program. Their teams are supposed to include an educational representative, as again, adolescents are school-aged, and that's a connection that we really want to push for. And then, so the JDTC model is kind of it's an overlay to the adult best practices. You've got the adult best practices, the JDTC model, and then an additional consideration is really being developmentally appropriate with this population. Some of what we know teenagers engage in is just by virtue of being teenagers, not necessarily reflective of serious criminality. So that's another consideration for programs and how they work with the young people involved in their programs. And regarding trends, not a terrible fluctuation, but there was a little bit of a reduction in census. We saw an 8% decline. Overall, like we'd said, our programs themselves are pretty small. So it's been a little bit of a decrease. Certainly went down for periods of time, but looks like it's back again on that upward trend.
All right, thank you, Rachel. Okay, so this is the distribution for juvenile drug treatment courts. We don't have any of them that fell into the need for additional analysis. And so with Washington County getting the abbreviated analysis and then the other three getting a standard analysis. So for Washington County, they got a high score. Recommendation for them is to continue with current operational costs. And we can provide specific feedback on standards missed. One of them specifically, the percentage of drug tests observed is something that we can ask them to focus on, as well as an increase in training. Go.
So just to clarify what you just, so they're not observing UAs?
No, they are. It's just there's an expectation of just a certain percentage of them, and they just missed by not by much, but they missed that particular aspect. And so it's just providing feedback to make sure that they start doing that or continue to increase the percentage that are observed.
So what's the alternative to observed UAs?
What do you mean?
Are we talking like swabbed? Are we talking? I'm just, because if you're not observing the UA, then how's the program making sure that it's, I mean, that's the whole point of the standard, right? Is to be collecting the UA, but it needs to be visibly observed, or you have to have an alternative testing method. So there's a percentage that are not visibly observed.
Yeah. Do you have specific feedback that we can provide very specific feedback if you'd like, regarding that standard?
Well, I guess the question I have is, because quite honestly, I haven't checked in a while. I didn't know people were doing unobserved UAs. So I guess what's the current, how do I put this? Do we have other programs, I guess, that are doing unobserved UAs? Not just juvenile, but just period?
We've not had another court in this analysis that's missed on this specific standard, no. So the feedback would be specific to this court.
Okay. Yeah, we've just always operated from the standpoint of if you don't visibly observe a UA, that it's not a valid UA. So I guess I think I'm missing something. I just don't know what I'm missing.
Rachel, do you want to?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. So I don't have the bandwidth to look at everybody right now, but the way that this question was posed originally, Joe, was asking what percentage of UAs are observed. And so certainly, yes, you're right. And if Helen Harberts would say, like, if it's not observed, it doesn't count. And then there's also reality that you don't always have perfect gender matches for observations. Sometimes, like, you're acknowledging their swabs, et cetera. But to the Washington County specifically, up to 75% of their UAs are observed. So it's not that they're not observing a good portion of them, but that not every single one of them, which I don't think is uncommon actually for a lot of programs. I think that other areas, other programs maybe got more scrutiny for not having randomized testing or not meeting the frequency or not doing weekend. And so this was the recommendations maybe started at a bigger funnel with kind of the higher priorities and continued to kind of zoom in. So Rachel, correct me, because I obviously wasn't the analysis side of this, but my guess is this is just kind of refining an area to continue to improve working on that standard, not that they're not doing pretty decent working with the resources they have.
Yeah, that's correct. So this is just specific to focus on this and increase this percentage. But Joe, if you have specific feedback that you want to provide, we can absolutely give that to them. That's what this space is for. So if there's something beyond just the recommendation of focus on this and continue to increase it, we can provide that. I think Jake had a question.
Well, when we have that issue with not having a male available for whether it be juvenile or adult UAs, we do oral swabs. So those are covered. Are most counties or other counties utilizing oral swabs? Because that's a foolproof way of addressing the gender issue.
I mean, that's something that we can recommend.
But they may not believe in them. It took me a long time to get bought into the oral swabs, and now we use them about 40% of the time just because of gender issues. But so we can make that recommendation, but whether or not they take it and run with it, it depends on their philosophies and their courts.
Well, I think there's some testing limitations that every local program has to look at what their lab's bandwidth is for those swabs. And that's a really local lab issue. But I also just want to point out the standard itself references urine as that should be the majority of your testing. So I appreciate that there is some problem solving to be done, being trauma informed, gender specific, all of the things. And it's a hard target to meet 100% of the time. I would anticipate for every program across the state, probably nationally.
Absolutely. I'm not knocking them one bit, Rachel, because it's being a small frontier county, we run into that quite often. So we understand that urine is the #1 test that should be that we should be doing. However, with gender, it's a tough one to do.
Joe, do you
So-
have, oh, sorry.
Well, yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
I guess I just, it's just, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, if we gave, say I provided, 10 UAs in 4 months to a female client and I gave them the UA sample to go into a room by themselves unobserved in UA, and I'm dealing with addiction, what do you think the odds are, probability that they're using other urine?
I mean, this is something, this is why it's flagged, right? Is to provide this feedback. And so it is something that we recognize they are doing some of this, right? So the majority of them are being observed, but the feedback can be to continue to improve that or figure out creative ways to solve that problem, for sure.
Yeah, and maybe it's a budgetary thing, that the committee only agrees to pay for observed UAs and not pay for unobserved UA, since they're not necessarily they're not valid. So that's something we can consider at the next one.
Okay.
So
Are you comfortable with our feedback of just flagging that and encouraging them to increase their percentage of observed UA? Are you okay with that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Any other questions or comments on Washington County? Okay.
Rachel, is it also a recommendation to increase the training?
Yes. Thank
Thank you.
you for that. Okay, so moving on to Marion County, getting a standard analysis. Completion rate is 35%, so it's a little tiny bit below the median of 39%. Spending, they are on track to spend most of their funds, and then you can see their participants over time on the graph below. And so CJC recommendations is focus on drug testing enhancements and focus on completion rate through increasing engagement. For number 2, it's that particular standard is their disqualifiers. And so we will flag that as well for the court in their feedback. Again, just to mark this as well, Joe, they were flagged as well for percentages of UA drug tests observed. We will be giving them very similar feedback to what we will be doing with Washington County. So it will be the same type of feedback in terms of increasing the amount of observed UAs. Perfect. Okay. Any other questions or comments on Marion County? All right. So Yamhill County Juvenile Drug Treatment Court, their score is pretty good. They do have a completion rate that is a tiny bit below the median. They do expect to spend about 64% of their funds. I will note that they just did a amendment request where they did recognize underspending in one area and moved it to another for Q8. And so we may see a bit of a difference in this projection as we close out this biennium. CJC recommendations is to leverage funding to focus on drug testing, an increase in training, an increase in the use of SEMS, and to stand up a policy committee and an advisory committee. The other aspect or the other part of this, specifically with the recommendations, is that they currently don't have a dedicated coordinator. And so most of these recommendations come around the idea of asking for, funds for a dedicated coordinator at the, the appropriate FTE, so that, again, these things can be prioritized going into the next biennium. comments or questions on Yamhill County? All right. So Lane County, their juvenile drug treatment court, this is their first time applying for CJC funds. So again, very similar to Malheur, we did not include a participation over time for them, simply because it wasn't an expectation from CJC that they be putting it into SCMS, and so we did not include it. Their completion rate is at 42%, which is over the median completion rate. And so some of the recommendations are to integrate and share a treatment plan, to focus on drug testing, to increase training, and to stand up a policy and advisory committee. And with their drug testing specifically, we will, this is one of those things where moving into applying for CJC funds for the first time and kind of getting on board with expectations for adherence to standards. There are some, it's percentage of drug tests observed, observers trained, and observer of the same gender. And so those are things that we can very specifically give feedback to and recommend for this particular court as they move forward, just to continue to move towards adhering to standards as CJC expects them to. So. Any questions or comments on Lane County? All right, I'm not hearing any, so we will move on. Okay, so that is all we have for juvenile drug treatment courts. And so we have veterans courts left, and then we have DUI courts. Just something to note, I'm going to have Rachel just set up veterans courts. We did not bucket these because there's only 2 of them in each drug or court type. And so we kind of treated them as case studies. So there's not going to be kind of that level of analysis that you're used to as we go through this. So you'll see what I'm talking about. But Rachel, I'll turn it over to you for veterans courts.
So a couple of things to highlight here with VTCs, and this is nationally true as well, the completion rates are just generally higher than they are for other treatment court types, which is lovely. So we see for our VTCs in Oregon, we've got 80% for completion rate of those who applied, which is, I'm sorry, for all VTCs, not just those that applied. We currently are we have a statewide technical assistance grant that is focusing on identification of that target population. So identifying people for all of our specialty courts is a priority, but identifying veterans specifically is also super important, and looking at how we can implement some national tools to help with that. And also looking at exploring opportunities for regional models. We recognize there's a high value in having these niche programs that are focusing on a special population, and it may not be practical to have one in every jurisdiction or district, but we want to make sure that that access is available to everybody. So we're currently exploring that through a technical assistance grant. Some distinctions in the model. So while they're rooted in the adult court, drug court best practices, we really zoom in on that veteran population and that they have pretty specialized and specific needs. So there's a lot of supports that are veteran specific that are involved. Also, treatment can be accessed through the VA rather than a community based organization. And that's important because typically folks are looking at, does your treatment provider take OHP? And for vets, in some cases, if they're accessing treatment through the VA, that it's different way that it's covered, but all kind of same concept. But you may notice that their partner organizations look different, and there's stronger links to VA for treatment. And sometimes the target population for VTCs can be a bit more expansive, and that oftentimes they're willing to serve individuals who have certain persons crimes. And we know that not every other type of specialty court is open to that. And participation over time has dropped a little bit, 11%. You can see the change over time, but for the most part, staying relatively strong. In fact, was just up even higher in January and has dropped a little bit. So that looks like kind of just the way those trends go in VTCs, but for the moment in time, down 11%.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Rachel. Okay, Marion County Veterans Court, they got a high score. They, so CJC recommendations is to increase the frequency of policy committee meetings. They do have one, they just need to meet more often. And then beyond that, continue with current operational costs. Standard 8 was flagged just simply because their completion rate is fine, but their average participant monthly and their capacity didn't quite meet. And so we are just going to give them some feedback on the low participation monthly versus their capacity and see if that is their capacity is correct. So it's something that we will give them feedback on. Comments or questions on Marion County? Okay. All right, moving on to Lane County. Again, a high score. One thing that we did flag was to increase their training. Their completion rate is a little bit below the median, and so we can flag that as well. And then beyond that, to continue with operational costs. They are also on pace to spend 100% of their funds. So. Comments or questions on this? Okay. All right, Rachel, we are going to call you back. We have the last drug or court type at DUIs. So there you go.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so similar to VTCs, and the DUI courts traditionally have a bit of a higher completion rate than the national average. And here in Oregon, keep in mind, like Rachel said, our population of DUI courts is small. We only have 2 that are operating under the OJD umbrella, but the completion rate for those programs is 74%, so pretty dang good. And just a note, population, so if you see the decline in census here, keeping in mind that the DUI enforcement during the pandemic was a pretty impacted area of policing. And so there likely would have been a dip in overall populations that we should be seeing come back online now that I think that that is now happening again. Like vet courts, they're really based in the adult drug court model, but they have some distinctions. With this population, which is repeat DUI offenders, there is a really high emphasis on public safety. Oftentimes supervision can be more intense than your standard specialty court program on that basis. Sometimes how long people are in the program can be longer than what you might see in other types of treatment court programs. And use of jail may be actually a statutory requirement depending on the location and that person's specific circumstances. So it may not necessarily be used as a sanction, but you may see people in a DUI court who are in jail more often than the standard specialty court pop, just based again on specialty or on statutory requirements there. And related to trends, so we see there definitely was a decline from where we were at in 2020, down from 106 to 77, which was a 27% reduction. But my understanding is now that enforcement is back in full swing and cases are being processed again, people are getting to those misdemeanors, that should be continue with the upward trend that we're seeing.
All right, thank you, Rachel. Okay, Clackamas County DUI Court, they got a perfect score, and so they don't have the very typical standards missed chart. So this is the information that we have. The CJC recommendation is just to continue with current operational costs, and their spending percentage is also projected to be at 100%. Comments or questions? Okay. And then Multnomah County DUI, they also have a high score. The recommendations are to increase training and stand up an advisory committee. In terms of standard 4, we did flag the use of incarceration for treatment with the caveat of what Rachel just explained. And so it's just to get a little bit more detail to make sure that it's appropriate for this type of court type. So we will be flagging that and just asking for a little bit more information. And then their training score was a little bit lower, so just an increase in training for this particular court. Questions or comments? Okay, so that is all we have for courts. I do have one slide kind of moving forward into next steps with the funding round in July. Very similar to kind of what we looked at with the analysis considerations. These are just some recommendations or expectations, considerations to think about as we go forward. Funding recommendation priorities can be based on the needs and improvement for adherence to standards. This is something that we've talked about all day today. And essentially, we're going to fill a resource gap that is preventing courts from operationalizing the standards. And so looking at those funding priorities, those recommendations, as we move into July and considering those. And then this is something that Joe mentioned, I believe, in our pre-review, and ensuring that there's an appropriate request for treatment funds that align with the rate of the provider. So if I remember last time in the last cycle, we had a lot of discussions on treatment dollars and where they were actually going to, and billing OHP and non-billable hours. And this is something we asked if they were going to, the applicants were going to request treatment dollars, that they provide a CCO notice of coverage or something similar to that. This is something that CJC staff can check and make sure that the treatment request aligns with that particular rate of the provider, and so that there's not any sort of disconnect. And I'm seeing a thumbs up from Joe. So this is something that we can provide in that round if everybody is okay with that. Okay. And then also we talked a little bit about prioritizing coordinators, and we discussed the appropriate FTE funding request for coordinators to support what we talked about today, right? A lot of the recommendations are reflective of a need for a court coordinator, making sure that it's the appropriate FTE and providing that to you all as part of the analysis for the request. Any comments, issues, concerns with anything on this particular slide as we move forward? Are we missing anything? Is there anything else that you would like us to consider as we analyze the budget requests? Joe.
Just the, because now we're going to be removed from the applications, and I mean, we'll be getting information stuff back and whatever, but it's also helpful to see what make sure we have the current participant trends. So especially coming from last biennium into this biennium, you know, obviously like a couple of programs we discussed. So, you know, we're starting to match dollars to, you know, clients being served a little bit more. And so, because sometimes we have bigger asks, sometimes it's smaller community. So we want to support that because they need some infrastructure needs. So those are some of the conversations we get into versus larger asks and programs that, you know, we don't want to be backfilling stuff in case, you know, some budget considerations don't come in like they're, you know, people are hoping or whatever by the end of the session. So just a few things to keep in mind, but numbers would be helpful.
Okay. Is something similar to what we provided today sufficient enough in terms of average monthly participants and that graph, or do you want something different than that? We can provide that kind of as a, here's where they're at moving forward, and, you know, have it with the asks so you have all of that information rather than trying to remember. We can just carry that into the analysis if that's sufficient.
Sure. I mean, I was off the top of my head, I was thinking like a one pager that had, you know, had it on it or whatever, like, you know, what the median was for the year and then what the current number is.
Okay.
And the target number. But if the graphs are easier in attaching them to the, you know, to the slides we're going through, but whatever's easiest for you, either one I
Okay.
think will work.
Okay. You said just so, I mean, this might be something that we can do if you want a one pager. So you said the median, the current, and what else? Just so
And yeah, so the median, the current, and just like if there's, because you were showing a trend basically from 20 forward.
Yes.
So I didn't know if you wanted to use that as a starting point and then
Okay.
a median and then where they're currently at.
Perfect.
Because some programs clearly have, you know, are in an uptick.
Yeah.
And so that's
Okay.
important as well. So.
Okay. So we'll figure out how we can, what that's going to look like, and maybe we can either send it as a one pager for your all's approval in terms of this is the information we need, or it's something that we can present that with the slides. We'll try to figure out how to capture that information so you have a good idea of what that looks like for sure. So anything else that you all, obviously we're going to have the feedback that was provided. We're going to have that information. So this is, you know, Joe is right. You'll be removed from the application themselves, but this information will carry over in terms of what we're presenting. Is there anything else though that you all want to see from us in this analysis for budget requests? Okay, perfect. Okay, so at this time, this is room for public comment. So any members of the public that are on this call that are not CJC staff, OJD staff, or Grant Review Committee members, you now have the opportunity to speak if you'd like to. We usually give about 5 minutes of space for public comment with, obviously if there's more than one person, please be cognizant of your time. So keep it to about 1 to 2 minutes. If any members of the public would like to speak up, this is your time to do so. Okay, I am not seeing anybody. All right. Any questions from the Grant Review Committee? Any concerns? Anything else that you all would like to address today? Joe.
Not so much a question or concern, but just a general comment. I know this has been a work in progress from last time until this time, so just wanted to say, you know, great job, CJC and OJD, very much appreciated it. And somebody sat on this, these committees forever. This is exactly, I think, even better than what we discussed in terms of trying to bifurcate this process, but also streamline it. So, you know, we are reviewing the applications ahead of time. We're able to get in here and get through this stuff in a meaningful way and have the conversations we need to have and provide you the feedback to go back and have those conversations, you know, with the court. So hopefully everything's working out, you know, to the best that we're all hopeful for. So thank you to both CJC and OJD for all your work on this.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you all on the committee for taking a day. I know that this is not your day job. Really appreciate the feedback, the discussions, all of your work that you did today and previous to this. As I guess next steps are we will be in touch in terms of what happens on the 19th. As of right now, we don't have a pre-review meeting scheduled. As we kind of move through the budget process, if we feel like there's a need for one, we may try to schedule a short one, but as of right now, we don't have one. And so we'll just continue to compile the information and take the feedback that you've given us, CJC staff, OJD staff, and provide the analysis that you all need to make funding recommendations on the 19th. So awesome. All right, well, no meeting tomorrow. You don't need to come, and y'all have a good day. We'll see you.